I mean, it's logging me out over and over again, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. What was that? Hitbox. I don't know. Maybe I am on the wrong server. Maybe I should do that faction one. That hurt, son of a bitch. Mystical crate is in this town. I suppose I want to do that first. I'm running out of ammo, though, which is kind of a problem. No, I think I am on the wrong server. I think I'm going to go to the PvP server. Let's go see if it fucking forces me to start over. Where's the best place to get PvP? We're going to go back and look at Manibus Phase 2, the Steroid Harbors, the Mystery of the... Steroid, the Prime Easy War Easy Mode now available. The Prime War Easy Mode now available. Season Goal Unlock Chapter 2. I don't even know what's going on. So... I will go and log out. I don't know how to do that. Still learning their weird, funky Eastern interface. I mean, it's not that different from, like, New World. Exit game. Relog in. Man, look how fast that fucking menu is. So switch characters server. I want to switch server to is Evolution's Call, PvP, Airjaw Conquest. Strongholds changing hands constantly. Visional lunacy, anomalous vision. Okay. So we will go to this one. To the lowest PvP one, I guess, is how this works. PvP XO 30. Oh, I have to create a character? I do. Shit. Alright, well, we'll create a character for this, yeah. PvP. Faction mode. Both factions face off in contest areas. Public crisis events. It's day 4 of the season. Open 7 on 122. Okay. So, yeah, maybe Prism versus Clash is what I'm looking for. It's faction confrontation as opposed to PvP. Yeah, let's go to the PvP server and get some kills and stuff. Yeah. I will start over. This season has been open for an extended period, and access to the current server is no longer available. Medium intensity PvP. So which one do you want me on? Is it this one? No, this is good. Oh, good. Yep, skip. It sucks I had to start over, but at least I got it right away. I want PvP to be an option. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe I want 1v1s as opposed to faction stuff, though. I think I'm on the wrong server. Yeah, the character creation not complete. I think I'm looking at the wrong server. No, just yep, just delete. It's Evolution's Call is what I want. Oh, Evolution's Call, Prism Clash, featured Evolution's Call, recent. Yeah, no, I did. I chose the right one. This is the one about. Yeah, let's do it. Here we go.
Our lives have followed a long. Nitrogen, -1.
Oh, look, the frame rate's really good. Oh, she's stabby. Yeah, she's stabby. Okay, now I can kill people, and that's what I want. It's annoying to start this game again, but I picked the wrong server. I mean, I don't mind that I made that character, but I picked the wrong server. This is how they prevent bots from making characters. It's brilliant. The bot will never, like, it generates a random code that makes you fucking put the code in. And if you really want to bot this game, they'll let you, but you can't just auto generate bots that walk their way to the end game. That's not happening. Ooh, she's even chunkier. Look. Chunkier. Mm-hmm.
What, and I don't know. You awakened, you lost your memory. It must have, but you... I came just right now, but only if you have all you have to do. I'll be right here in the cradle. Now, let's go.
Shadows are good.
This is a life form that has been infected with stardust. It's called a deviant. Our world has been overrun with deviants ever since Starfall. Ordinary humans can't take high levels of stardust. When they do, they have to get that thing. But you're a metahuman. You should be fine. In fact, if the conditions are right, you might even be able to use stardust to your advantage. 011? My name is Victor.
My butterfly.
We found it. Reach out your left hand and see if you can feel the rhythm of it. Then try and secure it.
Yep, and you just log me back out again.
Me.
Yes, and look,
Thank you.
it's thanks, sir.
Yes. The butterfly is recovered. I think it likes you. Deviations can be very dangerous if not taken care of. This is why we created the mayflies. We're finding ways for humans and deviations to live.
No one's exactly sure what they are. Just that they're not bound by the physical laws of our world. When deviations get when that happens.
Some deviations are friendly. It's not practical to secure all. You must be careful.
Shh, come on, Meta. A deviation from another world just entered this space. Take the butterfly with you.
Gotta go pee. I'll be right back. I just bought this mining ship. Fucking sweet. I love this game. I'm gonna get richer and richer and richer until I can start buying like 10 mining ships at a time, and at which point I'll begin to start to just let the money tick up over like 5 days. And then I'll buy the best ship I can get battle-wise, probably for the highest price I can pay, and I'll just take that ship and I'll go and do the military missions until they let me buy bigger classes of ships. And then I will buy the biggest ship in the game. And I will run around in it with a huge entourage. It will just Star Wars, Imperial, Star Destroyer style, we'll just show up with like 5 Star Destroyers and stuff, and like, like a bunch of medium class frigates and destroyers and cruisers and stuff, and just like show up like 100 ships deep with the biggest ship in the game and stuff. And I want to just watch the battle. I don't want to fight in the battle. I just want to watch it, like Kenshi. I was tempted to go to Kenshi, but then I found X4. And I was like, no, I think the epic battles in X4 are going to be much, much greater. When you look at the live view of the battle, you can just lock on your ship if you want. Wait, what's happening? I'm like making a bunch of money, or no? Probably a bunch of them are expiring, huh? Yeah, they're expiring. Oh, a bunch of money, a bunch of more money is about to come in. Look. Oh my God, I've got 4 billion ISK. I'm just exponentially suddenly getting higher and higher. I made fun of that dude for 1 trillion ISK. But now I'm beginning to understand it's not that hard. It's not that hard to hit. I should technically pay for the monthly now just so I can train this character. I could. There's nothing really stopping me. I could just buy Plex, I guess. I don't know. Look, maybe I win this large skill injector. Nope, but it's still really nice. Yep, look, yeah, I can sell those skill injectors for a bill. No, what I should do is I should just keep flipping these. I'm going to go to the market. I'm going to look at large skill injectors. Yep. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, look, I can get these for really cheap. Look, in station, I can get them for 810 million. Place a buy order in station for 810 million. 810 million. I want 3 of them. Yeah, 3 of them. And look, and I can sell them for a bill on the market on the HyperNet. And oh my God, I'm making so much money. Yeah, I can sell them on the fucking HyperNet. If not, I can just turn around. Yeah, I'm buying them for 810. If nothing else, I can just turn around and sell them right back on the fucking market. No matter what, it's money. I'm just going to start investing all of this money. There goes 2.5 billion of it. I'm back down to 1.3. But I'm just going to exponentially. Look, I've got the highest station buy order that there is. I'll buy 3 of them at 810. I bet I get them too. And I'll go and flip them on the fucking... I'll flip them on the fucking HyperNet for a bill. I'm making consistent sales. And for 2.4, I'll make 3 bill. That's 600 fucking million profit. That's for doing nothing, not even leaving Jita. And with that kind of profit every day or so, after a couple of days, I could just pay for the Plex. I'll just pay for the Plex. I mean, look at this. It's just going up exponentially. It's not like I'm buying this. I'm not buying this money. I have now made the exact amount of Plex that I've ever paid for. I've made it, which just, yeah, I've only ever invested, I think, like $100 in Plex, but I have made $100 in Plex. I think it's insane. I'm going to keep going. Nope. Oh, did they improve this? Come on, big money, big money. I like these one bets on huge items like this or whatever. I don't know. This one doesn't matter. Yeah, who cares? He took it for 40 million. That's such a fucking good deal. Those greens are selling. They're not selling fast, but they're selling. Come on, me. Oh, damn it. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So, yeah, maybe I just, maybe I run once human on, well, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm good. So, does once human log you out? I don't think it does. That's fucking awesome. Okay, so now you want me to chop trees. Crackdown, attacking deviants.
This siren, so strong. Summon the butterfly. It will fight alongside you. Now you'll see for yourself what it's capable of.
So the butterfly is like a hunter's pet. Deviation escaped. Oh. Okay, so I want to change my keybinds now. I didn't really realize what this thing was, so I want to change my keybinds then. Keyboard. I want you. Okay, so mouse 5 is keep sprinting. I kind of want that to be T. Yes. I don't need standard melee attack or whatever. I don't need that. Melee attack, I don't need. That can stay on right. Then, what else? So, jump, keep sprinting is T. Yeah, and then I want the function wheel on F. And then deviation control, I don't know where that is. There we go. I want that on mouse 5. Yeah, that's good. Yep. Yeah, that'll be good. That's not bad. Oh, it charges in my cradle? Okay, okay. Maybe I better turn up the voice and actually pay attention. I don't think I need to care about the story, but they are telling me stuff that I kind of maybe need to hear. We'll turn the voice up. I didn't really like it, but I'll put you like 80 and just see.
Damn. It escaped.
That was a difficult fight. Just driving it away was enough. And it's all thanks to you, Meta.
You're tougher than you look. Yes. Mitsuko created...
Do you think that...
It's possible. Meta, when you go back...
Take the butterfly with you. Hopefully we'll meet again when it looks like... Before you go.
Oh!
At that. 20 years after Starfall. And the world is still infested with stardust. It looks like the monoliths here have been reactivated too. They might hold the key to all the stardust pollution.
What's that purple?
set up a territory.
There, perfect. I landed right where I wanted to be. What was that? I heard some other dude. Look, and now it feels like Rust. I don't even know if he's an enemy or what. Like, are we the same faction or what? Oh. Yep, I'm just gonna run now. Is there loot in here? Yes, there is. That's good to know. Might really want to live by here, actually. Nice chest, really fucking easy access. It's one of the more beautiful games I've ever played. It's up there with Rust in its own weird way. It's not as beautiful as Rust naturally, but it's still really good. Stop this now. Stop that now. What the fuck was that? I got all my items on the wrong character, which is so annoying. Oh, StarChrome 3000, I see. No, never mind. They let you do it for each character. Nice. Large skill injector. Nice. We're just going to post it for a bill. $100 million. 1 billion, which is 125 million. Yep. It's a nice crisp price. Yep. $739. Oh, they've been selling for $580, but oh no, they go for on the market for $529. So a good price would be $700. The average price is $580. Open $720. $728 is the minimum. $728, I guess. So let's compete with that guy. Look, there's even more. There's lots more money coming. I made so much money doing this. I'm a hypernet god. I have cracked an MMO entirely where I never have to farm again. I'm a living fucking god. Oh, look, it feels right. Look, the PvP... Did he drop loot? Nice. Can I build right here? No. Not be built near a stronghold. Will you let me do it out there? Oh, right there, huh? Yeah, but you don't like it though. What about right there? Can I get back up? Stop, stop. Right. If I'm down there, can I get back up? Yeah, it's a nice little cliff base with a beautiful fucking view, and I can fly to all those crazy places. Look. Yep. And we'll do right here, I think. Yeah, we'll do right. Well, let's do out on the cliff as far as you'll let me.
Nice work. I've managed to unlock some memetics from Mitsuko. If you access them through your cradle, you'll be able to craft and build what we need.
I'm out of sight where they can't just come to my front door that easy. I can fly off the cliff. I'm gonna go climb that thing or whatever they want me to do. Since I have a spawn. Oh no, I don't have a spawn here, do I? Yeah, I do. I have a spawn here. Press F to open the function wheel and then select cradle to enter the memetic screen. Furnace, confirm. Yep, and then we're gonna buy. Oh, click on the disassembly bench node to view the formula. How about a copper pickaxe? And then I want to buy all the way down as far as I can, as fast as I can to this. I didn't reach it, but I'm close. Let's go climb the thing. And
we'll also need a furnace and a disassembly bench to process the materials we gather.
What's up with this place? It looks awesome. Oh. Arrows and a jacket. Oh, I can get my arrows back. That's good. Arrows and a jacket. Okay. Oh, no. F is my loot key. I don't know. Copper SMG ammo. Oh. Gunpowder, shotgun bullets, copper rifle bullet, and canned food. Let's go in and eat the canned food and I guess the... Wow, mining or logging, huh? Okay. How long does that last? I love this game. Water bottle and a vintage toy airplane. What's in there? Huh. Toilet plunger, vanity box, kettle, and deer hide. That was a gas welding torch, okay.
Hey guys, welcome back. Lucky Czar. First
Thank you,
up,
Lucky
number
Ghost. I'd like to
one
sub to your
is
channel.
going to be that you're going to find really awesome weapons in this game. Like this one here. If we look at it, it's got all kinds of extra perks. It's got impact, dealing more damage against Protocell. And then down below, the calibration perks like lightweight style, crit damage, right? These are all fantastic upgrades. And if we calibrate this weapon, it could be incredibly strong thanks to all those really unique perks. However, I found this weapon. I did not craft it myself. So after I use it, if I go to try to repair this weapon, it won't let me. It says you are not the owner and you cannot repair. So what the takeaway here is that you cannot repair anything that you find. Any weapons you find, any armor you find, you cannot repair these things. Weapons and armor that you craft, you can repair. So you're going to want to be really careful about upgrading gear that you find, including the weapons. Sometimes they can be really good, but the downside is that you're not going to be able to repair that weapon when it breaks, and so you're going to lose it. So most of the time, the best course of action is going to be to invest in the weapons that you craft. Spend all your resources calibrating those so that you can repair them whenever you need to. Like this one right here, we can go ahead and repair it, boom. And we just build up the durability line there at the bottom, and it's ready to go again. And quickly, the next one to be aware of is that if you're thirsty, your character is going to run really slow. So the notches down by your thirst meter, if that first one isn't filled up to, then you're gonna be moving a lot slower. The second one isn't filled up, and you're gonna be losing a lot of stamina regeneration. So just be aware of that. The next thing I really wish I knew sooner is that the red crates, the mystical crates as they're called in this game, give you blueprints. And so sometimes you're going to be in one of these areas like this. You'll get a settlement like this one right here, and you're going to get your list of objectives up in the top left corner. It says look for a mystical crate, activate a rift anchor, defeat normal enemies, and then find 2 weapon or armor crates. Now the bottom 3 are always really...
I've got to pee pretty bad. I'll be right back. Much better. Okay, sorry about that.
Easy to do. But sometimes that top one is a bit tricky. It's really hard to find. Those mystical crates, they can be tucked away in some building that's really large in some, obscure corner of it. And it can be pretty difficult to find, and you might be tempted to just move on without finding that mystical crate. But that mystical crate is almost always going to have blueprints. And the blueprints in this game are huge. This is what's going to allow you to craft all of the weapons and armor in this game. And that's one of the most major forms of progression you have. So you do not want to forego those mystical crates. Stick around and try to find it. My biggest piece of advice is that usually if there's a really big building on that property, it's probably in it or on top of it. So that's my biggest advice for the mystical crates. That's not always the case, but it's very often the case. And it seems like they often like to plant it on the alternate side of the settlement as the rift anchor. So if you're near the rift anchor, maybe try going to a different part of this area and look for the mystical crate there. The next thing is that there's going to be these prime wars located all over the map. These are huge for finding Starcrom, one of the most important resources in the game. Starcrom is what you're going to use to gamble for blueprints. These are the best blueprints in the game, and probably the most efficient way to obtain them is going to be using your Starcrom at a wish machine and gambling for the blueprints that you want. So there's very limited sources of this very important material, and this is one of them, these prime wars. So you're going to want to do these, first of all, so don't ignore them, but also be prepared for a battle. They are pretty difficult, and you're going to need Sorry about that. And you're going to need explosives because the enemy there is covered in a thick armor. And if you don't have explosives, you're not going to be able to take that armor down. So go prepared with a calibrated explosive weapon like a rocket launcher or claymores or something like that to break the armor off of that enemy. Next, let's talk about surviving in this game because there's something that a lot of people are going to overlook for a lot of their playthrough. When they realize it, oh man, it's going to make their life so much better. And one of those things is sanity gummies right here. Sanity gummies are fantastic because this will remove your sanity that you're losing. That sanity debuff right there, you can see on my health bar, I'm losing about 10%, maybe 15% of my health bar there to my sanity debuff. So the easiest way to manage that is to craft gummies. And these are real easy to make. It just takes a little bit of sugar, some boiled water, and some log. As you can see here, sugar just needs some beets and some logs. So you're going to want to make some sanity gummies when you get the chance. And when you see a source of beets, make sure to take advantage of that and get it, okay? Now, fortunately, sanity gummies are only one way. An even easier way to manage your sanity is your grilled mushroom. So mushrooms are something that are very easy to get if you grab one of the passives in your cradle. If we go into our cradle, then we go into the memetics menu, and then up here in the top left, we've got our memetic specializations. These are real easy to miss. A lot of people probably have some unlocked and they haven't realized it. So you're going to come in here, and at some point you'll get the option to choose compost bin if you want, and this is a great option. If you take it, any spoiled food in your bag, which is going to happen all the time, food is just not going to get used in time, this is going to convert that spoiled food into mushrooms. Mushrooms are exactly what you use to make grilled mushrooms, and grilled mushrooms are going to give you energy, so it's going to fill your hunger meter, and it's going to cure 200 sanity, and you're just constantly getting them for free as you walk around with some excess food in your bag. And so this is going to be a perfect way of handling your sanity when you're out and about. I highly recommend it. And if you're enjoying the video, be sure to like and subscribe for more Once Human content. It helps more than you know. Thanks. Now, the next thing to be aware of is how to heal yourself pretty much unlimited, right? So if we scroll down at our supplies workbench, you'll find a recipe for activators. Activators are going to restore 50% of your health. This is huge, and you can craft these unlimited. These ingredients are very easy to come by. You'll have plenty of them, and so it won't ever be a problem that you find yourself unable to have 10 or 20 heals on you at all.
God damn it! Dead before I could fucking alt tab. Come on, man. Come on, man. What the fuck was that? I was dead before I could alt tab. What the fuck was that? God damn it. Well, I didn't lose anything. Free ride back, I guess. Whatever. You put me under my house, which is not good.
Use the furnace to refine raw materials into something more practical. We'll need it for advanced items.
Wow, beautiful. You're moving. Go on.
Times, which is going to be really helpful in exploring and dealing with monoliths, especially if you're going into a monolith to take down a boss. You're going to want this. This is going to be essential. Similarly, one of the things you're going to want to make sure you take with you anytime you're going somewhere difficult is an adrenaline shot. An adrenaline shot is going to allow you to resurrect yourself if you take fatal damage. You're going to get a screen that pops up after you die saying, do you want to abandon this attempt or do you want to use an adrenaline shot? Now, these would be nearly unlimited use, just like the activator, if not for the fact that it uses Stardust, which is a fairly rare resource. This one, you get plenty of it, but it's a lot harder to come by than, you know, something like this. We have 1,144 rubber, right? The Stardust resource, we can get it by going to abstraction sites and securement silos, but we are going to find ourselves running out of that for sure, because we're also using this to calibrate weapons. So you're going to want to save adrenaline shots for only when you need it, like if you're in a boss fight, in a monolith, or if you're really far from a respawn point. But most of the time, what you should be doing is laying down a campsite anytime you get decently far away from your base. Just pop down a campsite. These are really cheap. All you have to do to make a campsite is hit any ore a few times. That's going to give you gravel, and then hit a tree a few times. That's going to give you wood, and now you can make a campsite. You'll probably have enough materials to make multiple campsites, and you'll just slam it down. It'll say, hey, just letting you know, it's going to remove your last campsite if you put a new one here. That's fine. And now this will act as a respawn point if you die. It also allows you to teleport back to your base from wherever you are, so you never have to run back to your base. If you're next to a campsite, you can always teleport back to your base. Now, the next thing to know is that there's one weapon in the game that is super clutch, and that is going to be the crossbow. The reason for this is you can shoot the crossbow very accurately into the heads of enemies, and it's usually going to be a one-shot, especially if you've kept up with the higher tier of the crossbow, and you've also been calibrating it when able. And the nice thing about the crossbow is you can retrieve the arrow from the enemy after you kill them. So as long as you hit the enemy, you can pick up that arrow after you kill them. You run by their body, spam F, and you'll see that you've picked up 1 or 2 arrows, however many it took to kill the enemy. You get them all back, which removes the issue of having to make sure you have ammo for your weapon as you're running around doing the easier content in the game. Now, there's nothing like a good firearm, right? And after you kill them. So as long as you hit the enemy, you can pick up that arrow after you kill them. You run by their body, spam F, and you'll see that you've picked up 1 or 2 arrows, however many it took to kill the enemy. You get them all back, which removes the issue of having to make sure you have ammo for your weapon as you're running around doing the easier content in the game. Now, there's nothing like a good firearm, right? And ammo isn't that hard to make, so don't be afraid to use a gun and use ammo, right? This copper ammo down here is just fine. It works really well. And you're just gonna have to farm a bit of copper ingot and some gunpowder. So don't be afraid of using your ammo. It's real easy to make, and you get a lot of it every time you craft some. You get 40 pistol ammo, or if we make an SMG ammo, we get 120 every pop. So real easy. Just make sure you're always picking up copper so that you have plenty of ammo. But until you've got a good supply of those materials, those crossbow arrows are super efficient. Another thing to know is that you can zoom your camera out from the default setting. Your default setting has the camera pretty close to your character, but if you come into the game's controls, you see right here camera distance, and by default this is pretty close, and you can get just enough extra distance to see your feet and to have a complete view of your character and have a little bit less of your screen obscured by your character when you're running around playing the game. And if you're like enough extra distance to see your feet and have a complete view of your character and have a little bit less of your screen obscured by your character when you're running around playing the game. And if you're like me, you're gonna love that. Now, the next thing to be aware of is if you hate the look of your character, let's say you get in game and you regret some decisions you made. Maybe you forgot to max a certain slider out. Maybe you made a slider too big and it's just looking uncomfortable. Now you can come in here and you can go to the furniture section of your building menu. So you press B in your base, you right click, you bring up the furniture menu, menu, then go to furnishing items, submenu, and then click on floor mirror. And now you put this down and boom, you have a mirror where you can reshape your character. You can come in here and completely remake them to make them look exactly how you want. The next tip is that you're going to be given a free bike in Deadsville. So that's really early in the game. You're going to be doing your quests, first town in the game, and if you get sidetracked exploring and you don't finish the main story quest in this area, right, you find that by pressing L and you follow the Stardust quests here. They'll be in this section right here, or the yellow marker on the map. As long as you're following that, you'll get your bike in pretty short order. So don't craft your first bike. Let the game give it to you for free, and then you'll be able to summon it anywhere you want without having to spend the materials to make it yourself in the early game, which can, take a little bit of time. If you do craft it yourself, it's not too big a deal. That's not too many materials that it takes. Now, the next thing to be aware of is as you're driving around, you're going to see cars on the side of the road, and that's where you're going to get fuel for your bike or your car if you've created a car, right? You're going to be able to get fuel for those just by checking the trunks of vehicles on the side of the road. Now, the thing to know about this is you might feel like you're never finding fuel in those trunks, because the way this works is anytime you're on a main road, like a really major road, like this, it looks like a main road. This little dirt road right here, that looks like a side road. This looks like a side road. So the smaller the road, the more likely the cars on it are to have fuel in the trunk. If you're on a main road, it's going to be really unlikely that you find a car with fuel in the trunk. I guess, from an RP standpoint, it's because these have already been searched and there's nothing left. The next big piece of advice I wish I knew before I started playing the game is about this resonant filter right here, the Stardust resonant filter. Now, this is a really important object because you're going to be able to purify your Stardust. So you're going to put this in here and you'll be like, yeah, purify it. But it's really easy to miss the fact that right here, it's telling you all these enemies that are going to spawn and attack your base the second that you decide to do this. So you're going to have to defend your base for 5 minutes from all of these enemies. So if you end up getting some tier 1 Eclipse Cortex, right, it's not too big a deal. The enemies that spawn are not too terribly difficult. You'll most likely be able to take them down. If you get tier 2 though, things start getting pretty difficult. They start having a lot of HP, and if you don't have great weapons yet and highly calibrated weapons yet, it could be something that ends up destroying your base. So what I would recommend is before you use this machine, take the time to upgrade your base to stone, because when they attacked my base, it was still wood the first time I did that, and they destroyed about half of my base and half of my storage containers. So make sure you upgrade it to stone before you do that, and make sure that you are loaded with lots of ammo, because there's going to be a lot of enemies spawning, and make sure you got a good weapon that does a lot of damage ready to go. Another quick tip is that if you press N, it turns on your flashlight. This is going to be essential in a lot of areas in this game. It's easy to overlook, but hey, it's right there, nice and easy to use. And also make sure, another quick tip is to make sure that you are taking advantage of the deviations in this game. You're going to be finding them all over the place, and if you look at them in your base, so if we create these containers here, we look inside, we can sync to cradle if we want to put it in our cradle and then have it with us. Alternatively, we can withdraw that one right there. We can use this facility, and it tells us when we hover over these what type of deviation they are. It's like Power World if you played that. Some are really good at combat. Some are really good at territory buffing. This one is going to provide power to our generators. Others are going to be great for crafting. They're going to give us materials for crafting, or they're going to be harvesting materials around the base. Like I've got this guy here grabbing ores of all sorts. So I click claim, and then over here I see I got some iron ore, some tin, some sulfur, and some copper ore. All of those from that guy right there. This one right here is collecting wood. So between the two of those, I'm just constantly passively getting 2 resources I always need. You're always going to need loads of wood for charcoal. Whenever you're in your base, go ahead and make 99 charcoal. I promise you, you're never going to regret it, because everything that you make is going to use charcoal for a very, very long time. Whether you're purifying water, or whether you're making iron bars or iron ingots or steel ingots, right? You're just going to be constantly using that charcoal. So have a nice supply on hand. You won't regret it. If you got nothing else going on in there, burn some charcoal. Definitely keep an eye out for deviations that you can put in your base to passively gather materials for you while you're out exploring and doing all the other fun things in the game. Alright guys, that concludes my first I Wish I Knew Sooner video for Once Human. If you have any things that you learned that you thought were really interesting, share them in the comments down below. Sometimes the best tips come from the comments. So hey, share what you got, and if I see one that I love that I haven't already talked about, I'll go ahead and toss it in my next video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it. Massive shout out to my YouTube channel members. If you want to become a channel member, click the join button down below for special access to a private Discord channel, behind the scenes footage, and so much more. If you're not sure what to do next, check out my complete beginner guide for Once Human popping up on screen right now. I promise you, you're gonna love that video. Until next time, guys.
If you would care to join.
This is the best possible start to Once Human. I'm going to show you how to very quickly get geared, how to massively skip most of the main story to unlock lots of recipes and just open up more of the map. You're going to be so far ahead of nearly everyone if you follow this on a fresh start server. And if you jump into an already progress server, you're going to catch up to the Sweat Lords very quickly within your first few hours. Let's get into it. Your server selection does not matter for this guide. This guide is made to tailor, season ends, new servers, PvE, and PvP all in one. It's very wide in its scope. So, but for the sake of the video, I will be doing a PvP server that is only 1 day old. Again, if it's 3 or 4 days old, it does not matter. This guide will help you regardless of server age. So I'm going to pick a new server here. And your character that you create, you can create whatever you want. But I'm going to tell you right now, because you're going to be staring at the back side of your character more often than not, I do recommend that you make a female character. Now, there is one important thing when making your character.
Good for him.
That is the body
Good
tag.
for him.
Hold on. Let me move this down here. So at the top, there is a body slider with a fitness slider. This is important. A lot of people don't realize this. So if you look in the bottom right corner, there's an icon that says your weight. Now, if you eat a lot of food in the game, you'll gain weight. And if you don't feed your character much, you're going to lose weight. And they have different stats. The stats that we care about most is melee damage. And everything else can just, it doesn't matter, right? So what we want to do is we want to make our character overweight. So grab the fitness slider and make them chubby. And what this does is they are now 96 kilograms, which puts us at a base load of 100 kilograms, so we can carry more stuff, but also our melee attacks deal 15% more damage. Attack speed does not matter because of how we're going to be using our melee attack. So again, make your character obese or overweight for this. And again, if you don't like the way it looks, just don't eat for a while. As soon as you gain control of your character, what you want to do is you want to loot everything you can. So make sure that you absolutely grab everything in the starter zone. There's lots of high-level items here. Make sure you just run around and push that use button on every single thing that you can. And grab every box, loot every enemy. Do not miss a single thing. Once you have the machete, it's time to learn how to properly melee. You're always going to be using the right click or the heavy attack. And you're almost always going to be doing running jumps towards the enemy. So this enemy here, we're going to run towards them. We're going to jump and then melee, and that's going to lock on. It's going to deal plenty of damage. We're going to loot them immediately, running to the next enemy, jumping and doing attacks. And then you're going to be jumping and doing attacks from behind, like so. And this is how you defeat almost every enemy without them being able to attack, even the large ones. So you jump, you swing, you jump again, you swing, you jump around. You're just going to be jump strafing around them and swinging your heavy attack. And that's basically what you're going to do for every single enemy in the game except bosses. Whenever you get the rustic jacket after talking to whatever this lady's Mitsuko, The game wants you to open your gear menu and then change your top here to the rustic jacket. Do not do this. I'm going to tell you why. So by wearing 3 pieces of the test subject armor, you're wearing the top, the legs, and the mask. This gives you a 3-set bonus of 10% melee increased damage. Whereas all you get, hold on tutorial, for the rustic hat set or the rustic set, you have movement speed, melee damage, and HP, but we don't need 20% gathering speed. It's so benign and pointless. You don't need to swap out your test subject top for it. So at this point, the game wants you to gather. So all you need to do really in this zone is every time you see one of these hawthorn bushes, always yoink them. Every time you see one of these red-looking, cattail-looking things, the scarlet calamus, always yoink those as well. We're going to be selling them. We're not going to be using them early on. So feel free to run around the zone and grab all of those. Also, there's some corn usually up here in the corner you can grab, so feel free to grab that. Now, when mining, don't bother mining the stone. Only mine the copper for now to get your stone. You do need 50 gravel to pass the tutorial, but you want to get that gravel by mining the copper. And there's some corn right there. Don't mine any sulfur. You won't need it. We're going to be farming mobs for gunpowder anyway. Once you are at the part where you've crafted the crossbow and you need to come back to the little house here to trigger the fight scene, instead you're going to use this opportunity to go out and hunt some deer and get about 6 rawhide. Just shoot deer with your crossbow and get 6 rawhide. And whenever you need to return back, you'll easily find your way back because there'll be a nice yellow icon right there to find your way back. And of course, as you run around, make sure that you grab all the plants that you can along the way because we're going to be selling these for a small little early boost. That's pretty much it. But as long as you run forward, you're going to see some wildlife, you're going to see some deer, and the more hawthorn that you grab and the more scarlet whatever that you grab, the easier. You can also use your butterfly to hunt. So to do that, you just push E whenever you see the deer's health bar, and then just swipe over to auto attack, and your butterfly will fly out and murder the deer. But it's easier just to shoot them. You know, just 2 shots to the head or whatever, and then they basically die. There we go. And then skin them. And we're going to be doing this for a little bit. You can do more than 6 rawhide, but it's just way easier to stop at 6. You don't have to though if you don't want to. Another thing that I recommend is that you push I, open your inventory, and remove canned lunch meat and boiled water and sanity gummy and flatbread from your hotbar. The only thing I would leave is activator, which is basically a heal, and put that on whatever button is most comfortable for you. Also, while you're at it, go ahead and gather some wood. You don't need too much. I would say stop around 500s. 500's good. Once you have enough wood, go ahead and come back inside, and in the corner here's Mitsuko, and to our right is a stove. Feel free to cook all the roasted hawthorn or make some juice. It doesn't really matter because we're just going to sell this stuff anyway. So I'm just going to roast all of it. They sell for the same amount. And there we go. Now, if you're interested in an arrow dupe, this is a pretty good one. So during this fight, for whatever reason, and it won't let me skip it, but for whatever reason during this fight, there is a respawnable arrow crate. It's right here. It's right there. So this little weapons crate, every 30 to 40 seconds, you'll get 30 more arrows. Now, another cool thing about this fight is that you can't die. Your HP will not be reduced beyond a certain amount. You also can't lose durability on any of your stuff. These enemies will run into the house base and die, so that's always fun. They will stop spawning eventually, so you can't infinitely farm them forever. I wish you could, but the devs thought of that. But this guy here, don't worry about weak points or using the butterfly. Just chop his legs off. It's a real basic, easy fight. And don't worry if you get hurt or anything. It's totally fine. We're going to be like bum rushing a mob that lets us heal. And there we go. That's the fight. Super easy stuff. So before you exit this door into the main game, you can get an extra butterfly by withdrawing this one. And now, for whatever reason, once you enter the main game, it'll give you another one. You'll have 2 butterflies. I haven't really found a use for this. It's just kind of fun and interesting to know. Also, once you do enter the world, just drop immediately down. Don't float around anywhere, just drop down immediately. And of course, hit your glider before hitting the ground so you don't go splat. And there we go. Nice and safe landing. Easy. As soon as you touch down, go ahead and set up a base as the game explains. Now, the coolest thing about this game is that you can immediately move your entire base without having to deconstruct it and mule it. You can just slap a base down. You can just, and don't worry about if you're hungry or thirsty. It's totally fine. We'll get fed later on. I mean, we got, some extra calories to burn anyway, right? But go ahead and just push B, and and then slap a territory down. Now it'll let you know if you can place one down. Look over here, I've got a blue icon, so that means I can totally slap one down. There we go, we got our territory. Then push escape and follow the instructions in the top left. And since the instructions are a little wordy, I'll just play along, okay? It wants us to open the tab menu. There we go. Swipe the cradle. There we go. Click memetics, the meme, And then it wants us to learn, we're going to learn disassembly because it's going to want us to do that one. Smelting essentials, learn that one. There we go. We're going to escape out. And now we have to gather more gravel, but instead we're just going to gather more copper ore. And I don't know why it makes us do this twice. Then run back to your little base here and do as it says. You're going to push B to enter territory mode. And all the stuff you place down, you can move. Then once your game looks like this, right click. Make sure you click facilities here at the top and then production processing. We're going to slap down a furnace. You don't have to be exact with it, but you can do however you want. And then also slap down this disassembly bench. But you need the copper ore first. So I'm going to mash escape, go up to the furnace, push F. And we need charcoal. So all that wood we chopped earlier, let's make 99 charcoal. And this is just the start. Don't worry, it's only 1 minute and 40 seconds. Go chop more wood while you wait. Now, once that's done, you're only going to craft 10 copper ingots. Make sure down here at the bottom left that you loot the charcoal, then go to copper ingot, and only craft 10. Don't craft any more than that, because we want the ore later to combine to make bronze. So we only want 10 copper ingots right now. We're going to wait on that. And while you wait, you can always mine more, because you're going to need more copper ore. And you can also chop trees, you can hunt animals, and just look at that little yellow icon with like the hammer. Once that circle completes, that means it's done, cooking, I guess. With the 10 copper ingots, you can now plop down the disassembly bench. And I love this thing. I wish more games had this stuff. But what you do is you go over here, and then when you have junk, I only had a jacket, you hit select all, and then you disassemble, and you'll get some random junk items. You might have more, you might have less. It depends on how much that you've looted. So again, we're just going to push J, all the instructions here. There we go. Go to the monolith ruins and search for supplies. That's that yellow icon here. So we're just going to run right over there. And you're just going to mash F and loot everything. Once you've looted the crates it wanted you to, then just, again, continue following the yellow diamond icons. And, just continue following the quest markers. Now, before you talk to Mary, you can run in here and do a little parkour puzzle. See this purple glowing thingy here? Go ahead and just kind of touch. Also, make sure you loot everything that's not bolted down. Then you'll see a purple floaty thing up there. Simply climb this little table, then climb this locker fridge, the scaffolding, and then jump at the purple thing. There you go. Now you unlocked a little chest, and it's got some stuff in it. And there's plenty of things all over the game hidden like this. But that's just a little easy freebie for you. But again, just talk to Mary and advance the story. After you talk to Mary, open your map, find your home, hold F to teleport. There we go. Even though it's not that far away, it's totally fine. The game wants you to learn how to teleport, so you have to advance the quest anyway. And I don't know why I have a loading screen. And then there we go. Then you get to disassemble all the junk you found. So we've already learned how to do that. There we go. Disassemble everything. Next part of the quest is we're going to now unlock the supplies workbench, which is right here under crafting. Then go to essential tools, and there we go, we got it. Oh, it wants us to also do ammo 1. Okay, so we go again up here to crafting, and then here's ammunition 1. Go ahead and click that, and then confirm. And while you have this open, you might as well unlock the gear workbench too, because you're going to need that very, very soonish. Now at this point, you're going to need 30 more copper ingots, so go ahead and craft 30 more of these bad boys. Won't take that long. There we go. And then just mine and chop trees and harvest stuff while you wait for that 2 minutes. Also, while you're at it, go to your furnace and queue up 99 more charcoal. You should have plenty of wood if you've been chopping. Now that you have the ingots, you're going to go ahead and open your menu. You're going to put down the supplies workbench that you learned. There we go. And then put down a gear workbench. Doesn't have to be perfect, it's fine. And there we are. Then you've got to learn how to craft a gun. So we're going to go ahead and swipe over, hold tab, swipe to cradle, click memetics. Up here at the top, click crafting, click basic gear, learn that one, there we go. You're also going to want to learn long range firepower. You should be able to afford this around this point. If not, you can always just pick it up later. But for the quest, you will need to craft a pistol, submachine gun, or shotgun. I recommend that you just craft a pistol, that way it's cheap. We will need more copper ingots though. So again, let's see, we need 2 more ingots it looks like, so I'm going to go ahead and make 2 more ingots. Not a big deal. There we go. Craft those. It's only going to take 10 seconds. Not a whole lot to do while I wait. But it's pretty simple. I'm going to show you how the crafting works because the menu can be a little bit confusing and a little bit weird. So we're going to go ahead and grab this copper ingots now. There we go. Alright, so we go over here. We click the pistol. Make sure it's on tier 1. You wouldn't be able to craft tier 2 anyway. At crafting materials, you have to click this plus symbol, then push F. Click this plus symbol, push F, and then this one and push F. Then hold F to confirm. And there we go, we got ourselves a pistol. We're not going to be using it though because it doesn't really hit that hard. And now you have to craft ammo at the supplies workbench, and this will cost more copper. So let's just craft some pistol ammo. We're going to need 3 copper ingots, and we already have the gunpowder, which the game did supply to us. So again, we're just going to craft 3 of these. And you may be thinking, why don't you tell us to craft more? Because you want as much ore as possible. You don't want to waste your ore because we're going to be making bronze very, very soon with it. And again, we don't want to make too many bars because then we're going to farm bars. You're going to see. We're going to be farming ingots rather. Very, very, very soon. Anyway, I'm just going to craft a copper pistol ammo. There we go. And gotta wait 3 more seconds. Loot this. That will let us go to the next part of the quest. There we are. Alright, go to Deadsville. Teleportation recommended. Well, oh, we can teleport now, so just use your teleport, that's fine. It's literally across the street. Now, in the earlier versions of the game, you had to walk there, but again, it's totally fine. Just teleport or walk, whatever you want to do. It's, and here we are. This is the first town. Now, what we're going to do before we do anything else, we're going to walk over to this guy on the east side. His name is Weber, and we're going to sell a bunch of stuff. We're going to dock, open the shop, go to sell, go to consumables, and we're gonna sell all the meat. There we go. Goodbye, meat. That was crocodile meat. This is deer meat. We're gonna sell all these scarlet calamises, all of them. If you don't sell these have a duration. They will spoil. They're considered food. So in 24 hours, these go bad. We're not gonna use them in 24 hours. I'd rather have this 530 energy, which is a currency. The hawthorn berries, you could cook these if you want. I'm just gonna sell. The corn, I'm gonna sell for now because we're just gonna do that. Do not sell the canned lunch meat. This doesn't go bad. This lasts forever. The sanity gummy, we won't need these. We just don't need them. The deer milk, again, we're gonna sell that. We're gonna sell the roasted hawthorn here, and the flat bread. There we go. And we're not selling the activators. We're not selling the canned lunch meat. For tools, we're not gonna sell our pickaxe or Molotov cocktail. Now that you're in the town, your hunger and thirst should slow down a tiny bit, but go ahead and push J and then go to Journey. And here at Architect, you're just going to claim everything. So there we go, claim all that stuff. That's going to level you up. Go ahead and claim all that. Claim all this stuff. There we go. And yes, just scroll down. If you have anything else to claim, make sure you claim it. And there we go. We are now level 4, I believe. While you're here, you might or might not have to talk to this teleportation tower. It's already unlocked for me, but again, depending on the version you play, then talk to Mary, skip the dialogue, and advance the story. So after talking to all the NPCs and exhausting their dialogue, you don't need to take up these little side quests. There's no reason to do side quests in the starter zone. You'll get a motorcycle, your first mount, and if it disappears, just push G and then left click, and you can pop it back out. Now, I want to tell you right now, you got to be early game. You need to be careful with this thing. Don't go joyriding because it does have fuel, and also don't run into stuff with it or drive it off cliffs because it has durability, and you're not quite in the best of shape to be able to repair it just yet. So with your motorcycle, don't be like these guys who are walking towards the quest objective. Just ride there. It's much quicker if you ride there. And yes, I'm aware I took the wrong road. The world is pretty much open up to you now. If you want to do side quests, you can. You don't have to, though. I don't recommend that you do. I've done mini runs where I've done every side quest, and the rewards just aren't worth it. I would go skip to the 3rd tier, and that's when I would start doing side quests. And also that view. Oh man, look at that. But guys, I'm telling you, you don't need to put it down a campsite. There's no need for it. I think that's a cornfield. You can grab some corn if you want from that there on the left. But I'm just gonna rush the objectives and get to the 3rd tier as fast as possible. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. So one very important thing to do for materials is always loot these. I forget what they're called. But the story will have you do it once you advance the story. We're gonna talk to this little gooey statue thing. Wrong meta state, sure, whatever. And there we go. Now we can talk to this thing. And I gotta fight the doppelganger. So to fight the doppelganger, you can just chop its legs off. But when it chain guns, if you want to be real safe, just hide behind the truck. And when it chain guns, again, it won't get you. Just duck down behind it. It's a real simple and easy fight. Now I just face tanked it, so I lost a bunch of health, and that's totally fine. We have plenty of heals, and we're gonna be getting a healing deviant. But afterwards, again, use the rift anchor here. There we go. And yeah, you get a bunch of loot from these things. You always want to pop these whenever you can, every opportunity that you get. But again, keep a mental note of where you're at on the map here. Like this little area, these are cornfields. If you want to do fishing, you're going to have to harvest corn to make bait. But I don't really see the point in fishing early game, so I say skip it for now. You can always come back later when you're geared and do fishing then. But what you're going to do is you're just going to ride your motorcycle to each of these little rift thingies. And again, just follow the quest markers. Just do what the game tells you. It's real simple and easy. And they're not too far. It may say like 1 kilometer. Well, that's really nothing. Also, pumpkin field. Keep note of that if you want to do pumpkins for, pumpkin stuff. Now, remember earlier when I told you don't take your motorcycle and jump it off cliffs? That's a really quick way to break your motorcycle. Instead, just push the spacebar while in the air and then use your glider, the V-bird, and that's how you're going to traverse around. Don't forget. Also, I don't recommend driving the motorcycle through water. If it's starting to slip into water, re-summon it to stable ground. If this thing sinks, it can take very heavy durability damage, and repairing this thing this early sucks. Also, at some point, you're going to be fully thirsty, and you won't be able to sprint anymore. So when you are fully thirsty, open your menu, go to your water bottle icon, and chug some of that boiled water you looted in the starter zone. This is basically an infinite resource, so feel free to just top your meter off entirely. It's totally fine. And there we go. So we are all full up on water. And we're continuing along the quest objective. Once I've crossed the river, I can always just resummon the motorbike, get back on, and that's how you travel optimally. Once you've got the quest to craft any type of ammo, go ahead and just teleport back to your home, and it should be free, and then just craft 100 pistol ammo. Actually, instead, craft SR ammo. Copper SR ammo. Now, it's 3 ingots each and 9 gunpowder. I'm sorry, it's 1 gunpowder. I have 9 currently. Also, if you haven't done so, you can put a butterfly in this isolated securement unit that your base comes with, and then, sync it up. That way you have your butterfly summon. Now, for the armor crafting quest, just craft a hat. Again, click the plus symbol down here, push F, and there we go. Go ahead and craft that. And then when it crafts, just feel free to equip now. It's slightly better than what you're wearing. And there we go. Meet Mary under the monolithic breed. We should be very close to that. It is just up the road. So after talking to Mary, you get 10 heals and a bunch of ammo. And what we're going to do now is this area we're about to head into, the enemies drop gunpowder, which to make gunpowder you need acid, which is a mob drop. You need sulfur, which is mineable. And you need a third ingredient, I think charcoal, which is refinable. But because these mobs just drop gunpowder already made, it's a really good farm spot for gunpowder. They also drop copper ingots. Not ore, but ingots. So you want to kind of dismount here at the gate. and just pull out your melee weapon and kill everything and loot everything you see. So you can see here, I killed this guy. I got a gunpowder and 2 copper ingots. That is freaking amazing. And there's lots and lots of stuff around to loot. And so you want to clean out everything in all of these buildings. It's lots of good stuff. But again, the mob farming is where it's at. So feel free to just kill everything. You should one-shot it with your weapon. You have plenty of heals. You'll be absolutely fine. And the boss fight is super duper easy. Again, just spam your Q, look for lootable crates, kill everything you see. They're going to respawn. Feel free to farm here for a little while if you want. Also, there's a mob hitting me while I'm looting, but that's okay. And again, just grab everything. Now, I want to mention that, oh, come on, don't blow up this barrel, please. Okay, so over here in the west corner, there's like some spooky rocks. All the notes on the ground are going to tell you to use C4 or grenades. Don't do that. Just grab an exploding barrel and huck it at the wall. There you go. And then behind it or inside of it, there's like a little chest. That's how you get the chest. Don't waste grenades. Don't waste C4 on 2 antibiotics. That would be so dumb. So once you make your way inside the main building where the quest tells you to go to, there's going to be some benches here. Well, the quest will tell you. And you can go ahead, and if you want, you can craft a sniper rifle, but you don't really need to. You can just face tank it. So at this point in the game, you have basic tier 1 unupgraded equipment. You are probably starving. You don't need to feed yourself. Remember, we put on some pounds before we started the game, which we'll slim down to. It's totally fine. You might have more or less sanity. That's that blue meter on your health bar at the bottom middle. If you have, like, say, half of your health bar is blue, that's totally fine. This boss is still completely doable. I'm going to use the rift beacon here. I'm going to enter it. And then I'm going to push Y to ready up. I'm not doing this with a party. You don't need a party. I make guides for solo players. My whole video is based around solo play. And this boss is relatively simple. You don't need a gun. You can just run up and chop its legs. But all you have to do is while it shoots at you, you just take cover if you're even worried. There's really not a lot to be worried about. So it's going to point its gun. You just take cover while it shoots. There we go. And then when it stops shooting, you can run up and chop it. And there we go. We jump, we chop. It's going to teleport around. It's going to try to shoot us. We just strafe by. And yeah, we're taking hits, we're taking damage. That's totally fine. But anyway, you're going to continuously chop. And yes, it did hit me. Just pop a heal. It's fine. And again, you can shoot this with your crossbow or a gun if you want. If you feel like this is too hard or you're taking too much damage. But it's really much faster just to freaking chop the damn boss down. You deal way more damage with your melee. Of course, you don't want to charge him while he's shooting, if you can help it. We're going to save those exploding barrels for a bit. There we go, just chop, chop. And again, I'm about to have to pop another heal. Once we fight this boss, we never need our healing items ever again. There we go, we actually climbed up his gun and slashed him in the face. Alright, but yeah, this boss is super duper simple. And it might be quicker to actually shoot him, but whatever, it's fine. There we go. We blew his gun arm off. We're going to use that, and we're just going to blast him in the face now. Right in his gooey, yellow, nasty-looking face. So when it says immune, drop the weapon, pop a heal, and there's going to be 2 little spawn points in this corner and on that corner. I'll show you. Just wait for it. Wait for him to spawn. Takes a minute. There it is. And then we're just going to, well, I'm not going to crossbow it. I'm just going to, hello, melee weapon? It keeps swapping to my crossbow. I don't know why. There we go. And then we're just going to chop this down. Now, you may be wanting to kill the ads. You don't need to kill the ads. Just kill the spawner. The ads will disappear. So your auto attack, your auto lock on will totally target the ads. Now, what you can also do is grab these exploding barrels and then throw them at the boss. There we go. That's a nice little explosion there. Now, these are kind of limited, though, but, you know, there are around, so you just do it in between his shots. Let's go ahead and grab another barrel. There we go. Now, you don't want him to be spraying at you when you have these barrels out, because he'll shoot the barrel and blow you up instead. You can see here, if you wanted to play, you know, safe with the crossbow, you just shoot him in the head, 361 damage. It's a little, I feel like it's not as action-packed this way, but it's totally viable. And also that chain gun that we blew on the ground earlier is still there for us to use. But we can go ahead and pelt him if we want. And you can combat roll if you want. I'm just going to pop another heal. Here, let's go ahead and grab this. Again, it's a real easy fight. And we just blew another chain gun on the ground where he's standing currently. There we go. That ran out of bullets, so we can run up, grab this one now. Again, just full auto into his dome. There we go. He's immune. Drop it back down. Swap to our melee. I kind of want to make this shorter so that I'm not making too long of a vid. But again, spawn points in the same spots. Pretty simple stuff. Eliminate the spawners. We got this. And yeah, he's doing a little charged attack there. It does hurt a little bit, but again, we can face tank it. It's fine. This is not heroic or like, you know, super high difficulty or anything of the sort. And again, you have to fight the auto targeting just a little bit. There we go. We got it shot down. Go ahead and grab this. He's going to teleport back into the stage here. We gotta wait. There he is. And he's teleporting around. Shoot him in his face. And his health is just draining down. And we're gonna shoot some explosions. Which, yeah, that does hurt. I wouldn't face tank that, but hey, we got those heals. It's fine. Now he's over there. I don't know, I'm swinging at the air. Again, you can just take cover. It's fine. Very, very easy boss fight. Let's finish him with a crossbow, because why not? Again, with a pistol, probably be a little easier. Just take cover. He has no answers against cover. So, there we go. Last shot. Now he's dead. So at this point, you're going to get a choice. And let's go ahead and just grab this festering gel. This is what's going to be our heal buddy. He's a little happy little slime. Now, here you have a treasure chest and you have a choice. What you're going to do is you're going to hold G. You're not going to use your control. You're not going to use your controller for max gain. You're going to just do your minimum gain. You want to save those controllers for higher tier zones. Trust me on this. Then go ahead and just claim everything. And there you go. That's basically the fight. We got some loot here from mobs. You can go ahead and pick those up, or arrows, I guess, that we belted into the boss. And that's the first boss. Super duper easy. Then after the boss fight, just follow your quest markers. You'll end up talking back to Mitsuko again. Skip through the dialogue. After the dialogue and cutscenes, it's going to have us unlock bronze crafting. Yay! So we go to Memetics. We're going to then learn the copper pickaxe, which we're just going to basically skip. Then bronze crafting, learn that. And then we're going to learn the bronze pickaxe, learn that. Learn forging techniques. And then we're going to learn steel pickaxe. That's right, we're going straight to steel. It's going to be awesome. Next up, once it lets me click over here, then we're going to click on building. We're going to then learn garage and learn that. Now, at the point where the game wants you to journey back to your personal territory, instead you're going to go north. And so here is the monolithic reed where we were at, where we fought the boss. You're going to go north and west. You're going to set a waypoint for this Rift Anchor Refinery. And after you've crossed over, you're going to be able to see this teleportation tower. And what you're going to do is you're going to spend some time doing a little bit of mining and crafting in this little area here. So we're going to go ahead and grab this teleportation tower. There we go. Join that. And then you'll notice that this little brown node is iron. And we also have tin. And so what you're going to do is you're going to just kind of go down here. And there might be more houses if it's a like a more advanced server, but because no one's here yet because it's day one, there's plenty of spots to build. Otherwise, just find a nice spot to build, push B, push the Z button, and you can copy paste your territory and move it. You can do that every 10 minutes, by the way. There we go. And so there we go. Our territory is now back. And then I'm going to use this facility. I'm going to put the festering gel inside. And then I'm going to use the sink to cradle. So now anytime you need to heal, once this guy is charged up, you just hold E, select build fortification, and I gotta wait until he's got more deviant power, but it'll set down like a little cover wall that's made of blob or goo, and it heals you and your sanity. It's so freaking stupidly powerful. But again, I just gotta wait for his deviant power to go up. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna let you figure this one out on your own a little bit. But you're gonna go to your supplies workbench, and then you're going to craft a copper pickaxe. You should have plenty of ingots, and we farmed the rawhide earlier, so go ahead and craft one of those bad boys. You're gonna use that copper pickaxe, and you're going to farm tin. Remember, tin is the silver nodes that are around here, the silvery looking nodes, and they're all over the place. Then you're going to craft bronze and make a bronze pickaxe and use the bronze to get iron, and then you're going to make a steel pickaxe by using the iron ore and charcoal. So work on that for a while. You should know how to do this. And to make sure you're using the right tool, once it's crafted and looted, you go to the little tool icon here. It looks like a wrench on its very left side. You grab the pickaxe that you want. You drag it on your hotbar. You take the pickaxe you don't want, and you just discard it. There you go. And you're going to rinse and repeat until you're at steel. At some point while you're mining, you might get a Digby Boy. So if you go to the facility here, you could put a Digby Boy. Let's withdraw the blog for now. And you can put a Digby Boy inside. But what I recommend that you do, if you want to do this, I don't think they're all that useful. I think Digby Boys are a waste of time. But if you want, you can go to, I think it's Function Facility. Yeah, under Function Facility, under Facilities, you can build an isolated securement unit. And you'll need to make glass, which is something you make in the furnace. And you can put multiple of these isolated securement units down, and you'll get multiple Digby Boys. You can have like 5 or 6 little robot boys running around mining for you automatically, but they don't mine very much at level 1. But I haven't played around with them too much. I don't really think they're worth the effort, but if you want to do it, you can. Now, while you wait for things to smelt, it might be a good idea to grab some of this river water and boil it at a camp. So I'm just going to grab some water here. And you don't want to grab too much, because if you carry way too much dirty water, it's going to really overload your carry capacity. So I would just stop at around 90 to 100 or so. Go ahead and plop down a camp. And because we didn't learn the stove function. And then just have this thing boiling some water. So we're just going to boil water. Craft 30 of those. There we go. Alright, simple. Now at this point we can't exactly craft the steel pickaxe because we need to upgrade this bench. But we're going to be going into the phase 2 zone and getting all the materials. And so we'll be able to do it as soon as possible. It's just way better to get the iron now, because in the phase 2 or the tier 2 zone, there is no iron. So it's just better to get it now than later. So the quest wants us to go back to the main town of Deadsville, and we're just going to teleport there. We're going to talk to all the NPCs, and that's going to usher us into the tier 2 zone. Also, while in town, make sure that you talk to Weather and sell all of your consumables that you won't be using. Like, I got all these apples from a tree, and you know, I actually do like apples for food because it's food and energy, and they're pretty easy to get. They only last 4 hours, but don't sell your canned lunch meat. But you can sell basically everything else. I wouldn't sell your activators either. So once you get the quest to head to the Myers Market, instead you're going to take a long...
God damn it, this nerd's still going. What happened? Where'd you go? You're so stupid.
These motherfuckers just pulled out in front of me.
out there, which is maybe standard unrelated to the COVID-19 Delta variant. Related to the COVID-19 Delta variant.
I don't, but I will. Oh! Oh no. Oh no, the Lego guy. God damn it, I shouldn't laugh at this. I'm gonna get off it. I'm sorry. Oh no, what is this? Damn it. Oh, no, my axe is still working. How much money do I have now? 559. Okay, so let's go back to work, I guess. How did you kill me? Oh, there's one behind me. God damn it. Yeah. So, yep. So, no. Yep. Oh, I need a bed. Oops. Let's get a bed going here. Do I have a bed? Oh, no, I don't think I do. Furniture? No, I didn't buy the bed. I didn't buy the bed. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Here. What? I can't build it? Logs and adhesive. Fuck, I don't have adhesive. I have to make a... Let's see. What are the best Spencer Tracy movies? Spencer Tracy movies. Inherit the Wind, huh? No. Top 21. The top 21 best Spencer Tracy movies. Okay. No, I want you to talk. I wish I could do it, but it's the MCA. Yeah. Like, yeah. Give me a list. Give me a list. Up the River, Six Cylinder Love, Goldie, Quick Millions, 20,000 Years in Sing Sing. Oh my God, what is that about? Disorderly Conduct. I heard about that one. Yeah. Uh. Oh no, I need to buy fire crystals. I'm not done here. I made so much money. I can't believe how much shit I've been able to post. 210? Yeah, 210 will be about what I think is about right. Right, yeah, 210, yeah. No, did I move one? I moved all of them again. No, which one was it? No, open that. Yeah, yeah, open that one. What? No, open it. No. You're not opening this thing. Open it. Why won't you open it? Open the container. Why won't you open this? What the fuck are you doing? You're so annoying. Okay, first of all, you go down. I'll just look for this whole stack, I guess. Wait, there's a Halloween fireworks. Oh yeah. No, no, no. That goes to fireworks. Maybe I should have just glanced at this all, I guess. Oh no, where did these end up? Fucking so annoying. I hate how they do that. It's so annoying. Where did these end up? Oh god, it wasn't fireworks, was it? No. Filaments. I'm out of drugs now. Use them all. Drugs. Blueprints. Did it go in here? No. But oh my god. I have so many blueprints. Is it this one? It better not be, because I'll never see this stuff again. Where did this go? Oh no. What this will always be at the bottom because it starts with Y. Yeah, so oh god, where did this go? I'm not finding it. They should be here. I just went through the whole thing. Go down the list. Wait, did we actually lose these? I don't know. Go to the item hanger. Yeah. Did we actually lose them? Yeah, we did. We tossed them in here somewhere. Why didn't I see them? Oh no. Abyssal loot. Sort by name. Come down. It's not here. Ammo. Oh, I hate how I drop in this box by mistake. It's so annoying. There, sort this one by name. Is that a storm starting? Oh. Sort by name. Oh no, I'm never going to see these again. What if it's in here somewhere? Oh no. Where did this go? Where did you stick this? I just did the whole stack. What do you mean? What do you mean this is not here? What do you mean? I've just searched the whole stack. Do it again. It's not here. It's gotta be here. It's not here. Something happened. Oh look, there's something that'll really sell actually. Those will sell. Oh no, where did this go? Oh my god, what happened to my fucking presents? They're gone, they're gone. Maybe they went in a ship? Did I drag it to a ship by mistake? Let's do the whole stack of ships. Oh, look at all those expireds. Oh, wasteful. I mean, leave it. It doesn't matter. Cladistic, 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 cladistic. Oh no, where did this go? No, I was in the item, and I was dragging, and I dragged to one of these, and it was like one of these. It was definitely one of these. Why won't you open? You're acting weird. It's because you haven't updated. I want to log off.
Connecting.
Can I search for the contents in Jita and find it that way and drag it to something else? Look in personal assets. I want to see crate. What are these things called? They're called like salvage package, salvage. It's called salvage. So no, I don't want to see salvage. It's a package. They're packages. So I'm looking for personal assets, packages, package. Igita, we have Aura Red salvage, and is in the ammo crate. There, it located it for me. Thank God. Okay, ammo. Why is this not here? I'm not seeing this here, though. It's here. No, just keep going down, though. Is because they have differentiated groups, and so I'm not getting the correct alphabetical. There it is. There it is. Okay. Oh, you scare me. These things are worth so much. You can't scare me like that. It's worth $5 billion or something like that. Don't do that to me. There. They'll like these. Yeah, no. These go for 100. Yeah, 120. Yeah, because you know what they are. These things could be really good. Yep, these will go for 120. Yep. I mean, they might be worth more than that. I should technically open them. They might be worth like $1 billion. But these have never completed, so I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so copper ingot, glass, charcoal. Okay, what's in here? Claim all. So then what else do we need to do? We need to make charcoal, make copper ingots. Charcoal. Yeah, go. 1. 2. 3. 4. I'll come back in just a few seconds. God, the graphics are good. They're like really good. For a free game, they're so good. Now, did I cook up like all of my wood? I don't know. Let's see. Huh. I mean, it kind of seems like I should just extend, and I probably will. Yeah, that works. Or no, I guess I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. No, that does work though. I don't have the rubber. Okay. So furnace, disassembly bench. We'll put this over in the corner by the door. I don't have copper ingots. Oh yeah. Pull. Okay. You stop. Stop that. And yep.
Nice. This is a strong foundation for us to build upon. I've set up a journey interface to help track our progress. each task you complete, you'll unlock some supplies we can use.
No more rain. No, I'm gonna relocate. What?
So far, what we've got won't do much against those deviants out there. We need proper weapons and armor. There are some abandoned Rosetta facilities nearby. Maybe we could find some useful supply crates there. I've marked their locations on your map.
It's and here we are. This is the first town. Now, what we're gonna do before we do anything else, we're gonna walk over to this guy on the east side. His name is Weber, and we're gonna sell a bunch of stuff. We're gonna talk, open the shop, go to sell, go to consumables, and we're gonna sell all the meat. There we go. Goodbye, meat. That was crocodile meat. This is deer meat. We're gonna sell all these scarlet calamises, all of them. If you don't sell these have a durability, a duration. They will spoil. They're considered food. So in 24 hours, these go bad. We're not gonna use them in 24 hours. I'd rather have this 530 energy, which is a currency. The hawthorn berries, you know, you could cook these if you want. I'm just gonna sell. The corn, I'm gonna sell for now because we're just gonna do that. Do not sell the canned lunch meat. This doesn't go bad. This lasts forever. The sanity gummy, we won't need these. We just don't need them. The deer milk, again, we're gonna sell that. We're gonna sell the roasted hawthorn here, and the flatbread. There we go. And we're not selling the activators. We're not selling the canned lunch meat. For tools, we're not gonna sell our pickaxe or Molotov cocktail. Now that you're in the town, your hunger and thirst should slow down a tiny bit, but go ahead and push J and then go to Journey. And here at Architect, you're just gonna claim everything. So there we go, claim all that stuff that's gonna level you up. Go ahead and claim all that. Claim all this stuff. There we go. And yes, just scroll down. If you have anything else to claim, make sure you claim it. And there we go. We are now level 4, I believe. While you're here, you might or might not have to talk to this teleportation tower. It's already unlocked for me, but again, depending on the version you play, then talk to Mary, skip the dialogue, and advance the story. So after talking to all the NPCs and exhausting their dialogue, you don't need to take up these little side quests. There's no reason to do side quests in the starter zone. You'll get a motorcycle, your first mount, and if it disappears, just push G and then left click, and you can pop it back out. Now, I want to tell you right now, you got to be early game. You need to be careful with this thing. Don't go joyriding because it does have fuel, and also don't run into stuff with it or drive it off cliffs because it has durability, and you're not quite in the best of shape to be able to repair it just yet. So with your motorcycle, don't be like these guys who are walking towards the quest objective. Just ride there. It's much quicker if you ride there. And yes, I'm aware I took the wrong road. The world is pretty much open up to you now. If you want to do side quests, you can. You don't have to, though. I don't recommend that you do. I've done many runs where I've done every side quest, and the rewards just aren't worth it. I would go skip to the 3rd tier, and that's when I would start doing side quests, and also that view. Oh man, look at that. But guys, I'm telling you, you don't need to put down a campsite. There's no need for it. I think that's a cornfield. You can grab some corn if you want from that there on the left. But I'm just gonna rush the objectives and get to the 3rd tier as fast as possible. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. So one very important thing to do for materials is always loot these, I forget what they're called, but the story will have you do it once you advance the story. We're going to talk to this little gooey statue thing, wrong meta state, sure, whatever. And there we go. Now we can talk to this thing, and I got to fight the doppelganger. So to fight the doppelganger, you can just chomp its legs off, but when it chain guns, if you want to be real safe, just hide behind the truck, and when it chain guns, again, it won't hit you. Just duck down behind it. It's a real simple and easy fight. Now, I just face tanked it, so I lost a bunch of health, and that's totally fine. We have plenty of heals.
Get
We're
out.
going to be getting a healing deviant, but afterwards, again, use the rift anchor here. There we go. And, yeah, you get a bunch of loot from these things. You always want to pop these whenever you can, every opportunity that you get. But again, keep a mental note of where you're at on the map here. Like this little area, these are cornfields. If you want to do fishing, you're going to have to harvest corn to make bait.
Get off me.
But I don't really see the point in fishing early game, so I say skip it for now. You can always come back later when you're geared and do fishing then. But what you're going to do is you're just going to ride your motorcycle to each of these little rift thingies. And again, just follow the quest markers. Just do what the game tells you. It's real simple and easy. And they're not too far. It may say like 1 kilometer. Well, that's really nothing. Also, pumpkin field. Keep note of that if you want to do pumpkins for, pumpkin stuff. Now, remember earlier when I told you don't take your motorcycle and jump it off cliffs? That's a really quick way to break your motorcycle. Instead, Just push the spacebar while in the air, and then use your glider, the V-bird, and that's how you're going to traverse around. Don't forget. Also, I don't recommend driving the motorcycle through water. If it's starting to slip into water, re-summon it to stable ground. If this thing sinks, it can take very heavy durability damage, and repairing this thing this early sucks. Also, at some point, you're going to be fully thirsty and you won't be able to sprint anymore. So when you are fully thirsty, open your menu, go to your water bottle icon, and chug some of that boiled water you looted in the starter zone. This is basically an infinite resource, so feel free to just top your meter off entirely. It's totally fine. And so we are all full up on water, and we're continuing along the quest objective. Once I've crossed the river, I can always just resummon the motorbike, get back on, and that's how you travel optimally. Once you've got the quest to craft any type of ammo, go ahead and just teleport back to your home, and it should be free, and then just craft 100 pistol ammo. Actually, instead, craft SR ammo. Copper SR ammo. Now, it's 3 ingots each and 9 gunpowder. I'm sorry, it's 1 gunpowder. I have 9 currently. Also, if you haven't done so, you can put a butterfly in this isolated securement unit that your base comes with, and then, sync it up. That way you have your butterfly summoned. Now, for the armor crafting quest, just craft a hat. Again, click the plus symbol down here, push F, and there we go. Go ahead and craft that. And then when it crafts, just feel free to equip now. It's slightly better than what you're wearing. And there we go. Meet Mary under the Monolith of Greed. We should be very close to that. It is just up the road. So after talking to Mary, you get 10 heals and a bunch of ammo. And what we're going to... Fine. And there we go. So we are all full up on water. And we're continuing along the quest objective. Once I've crossed the river, I can always just resummon the motorbike.
Okay, I think I'm done with this guy. This was enough information. He had a lot of really good information, but I'd rather, like, PAFO. I'd rather PAFO this stuff. Someone's here? Ooh, someone's here. Let's go kill them. There he is. Can't shoot him. Ooh, apple tree.
Good people,
Thank you,
welcome
brother
to
at
the
Lemon, and
Once
sub,
Human
like, and
Tips
sub to your
video.
channel.
And today we'll go through 25 tips for all types of players. If you're a pro, you might already know many of these, but stick around, you might still find something useful in here as well. And by the way, if you found some cool Once Human tips on your adventures in the game, you're an awesome person if you share them with a comment. And if any of these tips helped you, it would be awesome if you gave the video a thumbs up. Now let's start going through these tips. For new players, here's a quick one. Morphic crates hold hidden loot, and if you're near one, your cradle starts to blink and pressing Q will reveal it. If you're close enough, that is. And then you can just shoot them down. And by the way, Morphic crates located in higher level areas have better loot, so it can even be a nice way to stock up on things like Stardust and Stellar Planula. Okay, it's time to move on. Here's an awesome tip for all of you that don't already know this. Tons of stuff in Once Human goes bad after a while, but many of these timers have a solution. You could always use a fridge, but that's just a temporary solution. But here's the tip. Food won't go bad if you cook it and never take it out of your stove. So you can cook it and leave it there for later and simply add more stoves as you see fit. Now, the same holds true for fish. And this simple sentence summarizes it all. Fish in fish tanks or specimen racks will never decay. So, just build these tanks and store all of your fish there for when you need them. Now, the specimen rack only holds one fish, so I usually just go for the tanks. By the way, this method works for tons of different items, like red plasma rounds crafted at the synthesis workbench. Simple but efficient. Many of us, or at least me, love to keep the items in my crates organized. But did you know that if you press H while having a crate open, it will move stuff from your inventory to its matching piles in that crate? This is super convenient and saves tons of time while keeping things organized.
See, that's helpful. I had no idea about that. I don't think this game could have been what it was without Atomic Heart, which is kind of interesting. I like some of the Easter influence on these games, definitely. Ah, get out of it. Maybe that's why. Oh. Ooh, activator. Good. I love this game. I'm going to focus on this game. There's content that I don't know. Lots of content I don't know. I haven't mastered it, you know. Oh, I can't go in. Wow, that's a lot. Really? Insufficient materials. Oh. I don't want to get off track, though. It's dumb that you can't sleep at the campsite. That's a bad choice. Should be able to sleep off the fucking sanity at the campsite. Why not? She peered. I love how there's not stamina. I fucking love it. I'm sick of stamina meters. They're restrictive. Even in Fortnite, they're kind of restrictive. I'm really okay with the human actually having some mobility. I'm okay with it. Oh, I think the other guy. Oh no, no, there. Ah, he got his shield back. No. fucking annoying. Damn it. This is expensive health-wise. God damn it, that was expensive! God damn it. Ah, move. $369. Nice. Damn it. Stardust Source, Eclipse Cord, Rustic Shoes, Acid, Arrows. Oh, God. God damn it. I have Destroyer something? What does that mean? Will I die?
for those of us collecting furniture formulas, this tip is awesome. We all got tons of duplicates that we sell, trade or dismantle at the designer's workbench. But did you know that if you've already collected those purple things on the ground, you can collect them again and dismantle the duplicates for a lot of free formula blueprint fragments? And the toys even provide 10 guaranteed fragments, making it a great way to stock up. I've made videos on the locations on all of these for Monibus and Way of Winter. Check them out. Weapons and armor break over time, so repairing them is something we need to do quite often. This tip is all about Eternal Land and the all-purpose hand deviation. If you have it, you can craft the hands in Eternal Land to repair your weapons. Just head there from anywhere in the world and use them. So, we're in Eternal Land, and this is the Artisan's Touch, and we can see that it produces materials as we expected. But if you go to the supplies workbench, and let's find the item. There, then we can see that the all-purpose hand only costs us for sand, which is awesome. I've already crafted one, so let's take it out. Now, my main weapon has the lowest durability of all my equipped gear, meaning it's the item that should be repaired. And if we use it... There! Now we can see that the weapon has maximum durability as expected. This is a really nice way to make use of some master sand just laying around. Time for a quick and simple one.
That's a good tip.
If your stellar stairway is maxed, then there's no point in adding more asterism to it. So, if you got some asterism crates hanging around, do not use them, but instead save them for when the stairway gets more parts unlocked. The next tip is a minor one, but it can still be very useful to know. You can move items and materials to your vault whenever you need to. And as you can see here, we have an empty vault. And in this crate we have some cortexes and stardust. So, if we want to move these items to our vault, we can simply destroy what's below the crate. So, let's check the vault again. And there we have the item, safe and sound.
I didn't know that that thing is a vault. The TC's a vault? Oh, it is. Oh, shit. Okay, well... Oh no, the vault is the combined of everything? Oh. Oh, okay. So, but I can't stick anything in it? No, I guess not, huh? I have to actually do a crate? Okay, well, that's okay.
This can serve as a handy emergency storage solution when needed. I learned this in Way of Winter, and it's related to these flowers here. Do you also have tons of these flowers and thought that it could only be useful for decoration? Well, let me tell you, they have other uses as well. And here comes the tip. If you place the flower on a crate and the crate or flower gets destroyed, you'll get the flower right back into your inventory. Why is that useful? Well, then you know when something weird is happening in your base. And it doesn't matter where you are in the world when this happens. This was awesome when the Chaos Weavers were introduced in Way of Winter, for those of you who remember that. The next tip is super convenient and great for new players to know, and it's all about loadout presets. So, you just go to your inventory, and then when you're there, you press H. And there you can save equipped mods, gear, and even your cradle by pressing R. This is awesome for some fast tweaks on a build or if you run multiple ones. They're simple to change, modify, and load on demand. Oh, and by the way, you can move your... The next tip is super convenient and great for new players to know, and it's all about loadout presets. So, you just go to your inventory, and then when you're there, you press H.
What?
And there you can save equipped mods, gear, and even your cradle by pressing R. This is awesome for some fast tweaks on a build or if you run multiple ones. They're simple to change, modify, and load on demand. Oh, and by the way, you can hover over them to get a preview of the loadout as well. There's also a preset for cosmetics. You can just go to cosmetics and when you're there, you can just press H. So, there you have it. Simple to use and an awesome feature to be aware of. Now the next tip is a super useful one about animals. Once you've captured one, you can check its traits before deciding to tame it. So, now that you've captured one, let's pick it up and go to our inventory. So, let's find the animal. and the trays are hidden, and we can press shift to reveal them. You'll see all its trays even though it's not tamed yet, and if it doesn't have the traits you want, you can just discard it. The next tip is also animal related, and it's all about capturing animals. And we can use spectral canned mushrooms to help us with this. It gives us a whim that stuns nearby monsters every 3 seconds, and this effect is great when you're trying to capture animals. So, it works like this: when you've eaten the food, you just walk close to the animal and it gets stunned, and then you pick it up. And it even works while driving the motorbike. So, we just need to drive close to the animal, and there the animal gets stunned, and then we just pick it up. Simple as that. This tip is more of a combo of deviations that is really awesome. If you use these 3 deviations together, the Silver Gentleman that has a chance when dormant to give your territory deviations mood while dormant. You can get the Silver Gentleman from the 837 Unstable S Vessel event. And then we have the Moonlit Jewels Cat that has a chance to give your deviations deviant power when it's dormant. You can, for example, get Moonlit Jewels from major cities in Monibus. And finally we have Rebecca playing the piano that increases energy recovery for deviations. You can get Rebecca from Dia Labs. I usually just set all deviations to start working on a high number, seems to work well. This deviation combo ensures a very high uptime for deviations within your territory. The Strange Door deviation is awesome, making it possible to set up teleportation in our territory, but as we all know, they break after some usage. But did you know that you can go to your territory terminal and see the durability on the Strange Door? But my friends, that's not all. You can even repair them there as well. And let's see. Indeed, the doors are now fully repaired. And by the way, if you haven't noticed, the arrows on the door phase as the durability goes down. Awesome to know. If you're playing Way of Winter, you know that holding a torch gives you a degree bonus. But did you know that the frozen northern pike lowers your temperature? You probably did, but this next advice is personal. Make sure you get your hands on the frozen northern pike blueprint when you're playing, for example, Monibus. I've forgotten it multiple times, and it's easy to get it. You just have to collect at least 10 northern pikes and go to this location here, northeast of Blackfell. And if we zoom in, you have the docks right here. And the docks look like this, and there's a vendor here that sells the blueprint. Let's check it out. Oh, and the vendor also sells some asterism crates as well, for only 5 northern pikes each. Why not pick them up as well? The next tip is all about making it more convenient to disassemble mods. You can mark mods in your inventory for disassembly by selecting them and pressing X. And of course you can mark as many mods as you want. And then when you want to dismantle them, it's super easy. At your disassembly bench, they remain marked, so you don't have to spend time finding them again. Really convenient. Now time for a quick one, but something that many might have missed. You can view all weapon accessories available on a weapon by going to the Weapons Accessory tab and then just pressing I. A nice way to check what accessories that are available for your weapon. The next tip is something that many new players might have missed, and that is that you can share cosmetic items like purchased furniture with friends. So, how do you share cosmetics? Well, it's simple. You just build items you want to share in your friend's territory, and the glass wall is shared, simple as that. You can check what you've shared by pressing Manage Share in build mode. Here you'll see what's shareable, as well as who you're currently sharing it with. You can also see the number of times you can share it as well. You can revoke shared cosmetics by pressing Recall, and just like that, my friend's access to my glass wall has been revoked. This next tip is all about Eternal Land storage. Many of you have gotten a yellow warning triangle in Eternal Land telling us that the storage is almost full. But what if you want to keep all your stuff? Well, then some of you might have missed that it's possible to create storage solutions in Eternal Land and then just put the items there. If you need them later, just take them out and they'll show up ready to transfer. Oh, and this does not only work for materials that can be stored in storage crates, it also works for deviations by constructing deviation storage crates as well. Really awesome. Just a quick tip for the Forsaken Giant boss encounter. With Frog the Leaper's spring legs together with Stardust Energy Drink, you're able to bypass the sweeping arm without taking any damage. This makes the boss encounter much more convenient to do. Did you know that you can add markers on your map? And I'm not talking about those red markers. You do this by clicking on your middle mouse button and then just choose a marker you like. This can be really helpful for remembering good base locations, deviant locations, or simply crates in explores. And by the way, this also carries over between scenarios of the same type as well. Many people already know this, but it's a good idea to craft an advanced drill and a chainsaw before you leave your scenario for another one. And sadly, memetic talent items like solo drills cannot be transferred. But did you know that Treasure Hunter that improves the advanced drill actually does transfer? So, if you have that memetic, craft some drills and the effect will remain on the item. Now for a fast one, but did you know that many items that you thought only should work on the outside actually quite often works inside as well? As an example, solar panels works inside your buildings. Many people might have missed this, but there you have it. Now this next tip is for those that loves mining platforms. Did you know that you can see when you try to build a mining platform what kind of ore that is available on the location? I mean, you probably knew that, but here's the tip. While you're running around searching for a good location for your territory, you can just try and build a mining platform and you'll see what's available there. And my friends, for mining platforms, location matters a lot. Now, this next tip is related to memetics. If you unlock, for example, let's just find...
This game's good. It's like genuinely fucking good. There's so much depth to it.
The grenade launcher with memetics, you'll get the blueprint. But did you know that the next time you unlock it in another scenario, you get the fragments instead? So, unlocking them once every scenario is a good decision. Just reset them if you don't need them. These fragments can then be used to improve weapons of the same type, or the grenade launcher its operator. And as an example, this pistol is operator as well, so we can use the fragments to improve it. Useful thing to know. This final tip is for the ending of a scenario. You might already know that before leaving a scenario, you're able to buy asterism crates for energy links, and that you can find them in the season's shop. And it's these crates right here. So, here's the tip. If you don't have enough energy links to buy them, then there's a simple way to get some extra links. You've probably taken many memetics, and since you get energy links by resetting your memetic talents, and since you're about to transfer, well, you know what I'm about to say. You won't be needing them anyway, so just reset them all. Simple and efficient. And that's it, 25 tips for various players out there. Hopefully you found a useful tip, or maybe it reminded you of something, I'm not sure, but I hope you got something out of it. And by the way, if you did, leave a like. And if you have any tips of your own, feel free to leave a comment and let us know. That's it for this video, have a nice day everyone.
My friends, today we have a lot of important things to discuss. We go through everything from seasons, scenarios and transfers in one's human. And trust me, after this video you'll be an expert in all of these topics. And hey, if you still have any questions left, throw in a comment and I promise you that I will do my best to answer. Enough talking, let's dive right in. Let's start with servers. A server is where everything happens. They contain a scenario, and it's there you will have fun playing with your friends. But more on that later. Now let's just focus on the servers for a while. And servers are split on different regions, and you can choose in the list here what region you want to play in.
I'm having trouble understanding her. South Park's lawsuit is a disaster. Oh no.
Whoa. Well, I guess the streaming wars are in the midst of crowning a winner. So if you've watched any of my South Park discussions over the past 2 years, you've probably heard me mention the ongoing lawsuit between Warner Brothers and Paramount over the streaming rights to South Park.
Thank you,
After
LS
Warner
Mark.
Brothers
I've liked
won the
the
rights
sub
to
to your
3 new
channel.
episodes of the series on HBO Max for $500 million. Shortly before, creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker signed a $900 million deal with Paramount to produce 14 South Park special events to stream exclusively on their new service, Paramount Plus. Safe to say Warner Brothers weren't too happy about that. Well, there's been a ton of back and forth over this the past few years. At the end of 2023, the court sided with Paramount after claiming that Warner Brothers didn't provide enough evidence to show this move was pure deception. But they pushed forward, and it seems to have paid off. The courts have just now sided with them, which now allows the case to go to trial, in a lawsuit that has taken so long to finish that ironically Warner Brothers' rights to stream South Park ends this year. They really got the short end of the stick with all this. But with that, Paramount could be expected to pay a hefty sum, as Warner claim it's taken away valuable subscribers who instead...
The stream wars have been so vicious.
As the amount of new South Park episodes released since the deal went through has greatly decreased. See, Warner paid so much for South Park under the assumption they would be receiving 10 new episodes a year, given that's what the studio had been consistently releasing previously. However, after the duo signed their deal with Paramount Plus, it meant they now had to release an extra hour and a half worth of South Park episodes every year until 2027. Oh my god, it's so soon. Because of all this, Matt and Trey, understandably stretched a tad thin with all this new South Park, along with the reopening of Casa Bonita, and along with their new Kendrick Lamar movie that's real, just decided, hey, what if we just take our 10-episode season we gotta produce this year, cut off an hour and a half worth of episodes, and make those the special events? And no one will ever know. Maybe you guys shouldn't have made a whole two-parter making fun of Warner Brothers for wasting their money on this.
So if you make an exclusive deal with a streaming service, you can't make an exclusive deal with another streaming service, can you?
Also, you may have noticed, given we are reaching the end of that contract, but we never ended up getting those 2 special events per year, did we? Don't get me wrong, things started strong with a consistent release, but as of recent, South Park has gone quiet altogether. There weren't any new episodes throughout the entirety of 2024. All we did end up receiving was a single special that is almost a year old at this point. Along with, that crappy snow game, I guess? No, this is not to imply that Matt and Trey have gotten lazy with South Park, not at all. I imagine that it would be releasing the episodes if it weren't for all this. As with the trial going on longer and longer, it being way more up in the air as to who's gonna win, I'm sure they're just sat there asking the most reasonable question. Where do we release this stuff to? Do they just play ignorant? Continue releasing episodes to Warner and specials to Paramount? Or would that just take the whole even further? You know, no matter what, you can't deem it as being unreasonable for Warner to have expected a total of 40 new South Park episodes to have hit HBO Max by now, given the whole 10-a-year shtick they had been doing at the time the contract was signed. You want to know how many they've gotten out so far out of the expected 40? 12. Like, how did they not anticipate them getting pissed at this? $500 million, by the way. I can only assume that's why we haven't seen any specials in almost a year. Paramount probably told them to hold off on it out of fear of making the situation worse for themselves. As if this case goes to trial, they are going to be expected to release a ton of analytics, which I'll be delving into later in the video. Subscribe, by the way. Alright, to get this out of the way now before going further into this, I am not a lawyer. Anything I'm saying is just the opinion of some random guy on the internet. God, I hope that works. Okay, sweet. So, like, Paramount's gonna lose this, right? We can all agree on that? You know, to drop all the who's gonna win stuff. Let's be real. Paramount knew what they were doing and undoubtedly used this whole special event shit to try and make the best out of giving away South Park's streaming rights. That's understandable to be upset about, especially when your own newly launched streaming service has been floundering so badly and could desperately use a show like South Park to bump up subscriber numbers. But at the end of the day, that's kind of on Viacom for not having the foresight to want to keep the show in case they wanted to use it for their own service. At that point, the rational move would have been to let Matt and Trey continue making episodes for HBO Max and then move it all to Paramount Plus in 2025. That's sort of the situation you've put yourself in, you know, you accepted $500 million for it. It was obvious from the start to anyone paying attention why they struck this special event deal, and it wasn't to give the fans a series of high-quality South Park movies to enjoy. It was purely to boost the subscriber count to Paramount Plus, which sucked for casual South Park fans who couldn't keep up with what was happening. I'm sure all they knew was that sometimes they'd get a couple episodes on HBO Max, and then occasionally a special would pop up on Paramount. Better subscribe to 2 streaming services, you know, if you want to enjoy all this new South Park content. Oh boy. Being a consumer rocks! Worst part is they can't really give much of a defense here, can they? All they can realistically do is plead ignorance. We didn't know our special events infringed on any prior agreement. We just thought it was a really, really, really good idea all of a sudden. It's not an episode, it's a special event. They're legally distinct, right? Which, you know, technically is correct. But depending on the damages Warner Brothers claim happened as a result of this, that may not be a good enough excuse in the court's eyes, which will only be made more apparent once the analytics come out. See, Paramount have been desperately trying to keep this from going to court, and I have to assume it's because it would require them to be investigated to analyze how much that benefited from these South Park movies. Like, if the judge receives an analysis that details Paramount Plus not gaining a significant increase in subscribers after the release of these South Park special events, then Warner Brothers can't really claim damages on this. Paramount had nothing to gain. Realistically, though, I doubt that's the case. I have to assume said analytics show a trend that actively works in Warner's favor, which is probably why Paramount are trying so hard to make sure the case is dropped. Like, let's be real, who the fuck has a Paramount Plus subscription? I don't you do. I just borrow a friend's and that's only to watch South Park. And I can't imagine I'm alone on that, you know, unless you have pirated or something, that works too. Viacom are in a lose-lose situation. They can either admit defeat, say that they knowingly used a loophole to get around their contract with Warner, and pay a hefty fine as a result, or they can continue to plead ignorance, in which they'll be looked into and it'll be made clear definitively that they profited from this, in which they pay a fine. Either way, it leads to one conclusion. No more South Park special events on Paramount Plus. Which, to be fair, wouldn't be the end of the world in my opinion. Honestly, I think some of these TV movies stretch out a simple concept for way too long to warrant the added runtime, and could have been just as strong, if not stronger, as regular episodes. But still, as of now, it's stuck the series in limbo. They're probably too afraid to do anything with it until things die down and it's made clear what the result of this case will be. Knowing my luck, cut time a week later announcing a new special. But really, what do I see happening to South Park because of this? Well, could be one of three things. 1. They pay a fine and continue making them. This is the outcome I think is least likely, that Paramount will be forced to pay Warner for this clear breach in contract, then continue releasing the special events they already agreed to make. Main reason I can't see this happening is because it would mean Paramount is continuing to breach their contract by producing more. However, maybe in whatever deal comes out of this, part of the fine they pay can be to continue releasing them on their platform, but even then, I can't imagine Warner would want to be that favorable. Again, they got fucked out of 28 South Park episodes that were never produced because of all this. Like, if we were to assume a fan of South Park would have watched all 28 of those episodes on Max, then that's over 10 hours of watch time per person that would have been guaranteed spent on their streaming service. In this era where watch time is everything, I can't imagine Warner Brothers are taking that lightly, so I don't see this one happening. 2. South Park will begin to release the remainder of their specials to HBO Max. The contract that Matt and Trey signed mentions creating specials specifically for Paramount Plus, so if they were forced to stop, I'm curious if the ones already produced on top of the remaining 7 will just get dumped onto Max, or if they'll just get cancelled outright. If so, then wow, what a colossal waste of money on Viacom's part. I can't imagine the two of them were paid all of that $900 million up front. More than likely, each special came with its own price tag instead of
Oh my
being
god,
paid
they
as
made
got
so
needed.
much money.
But then I have to wonder how Matt and Trey would react to the news that they aren't getting paid a large amount of money that they already agreed to accept. You know, those restaurant renovations don't pay for themselves. I could see this outcome happening, but there's one final result of all this that I think is most likely. 3. The remaining special events will be cancelled, if not put on hold. I could easily see either of these happening because of all this. Paramount quietly cancels the final 7 South Park specials and hope they can put this whole ordeal behind them. If not, like I said before, Warner's contract expires this year. Who's to say Paramount aren't just waiting until then so they can start them back up? Finish out the specials knowing there's no chance of pissing off any other companies, since they'll once again be within their right to do so. The only thing I think could come in the way of that is, well, they only made this agreement to get around the fact that new episodes were being put on a rival streaming service. If there's no longer a rival getting the regular South Park episodes, then why not just go back to making regular South Park episodes? What's to say they don't just get Matt and Trey to go back to the 10-episode season format that was working just fine for years? At the time, the news of these 14 South Park movies was exciting, but honestly, in retrospect, it's made following along with the show a mess. I'm ready for them to go back to what worked before, and no longer being forced into coming up with 2 ideas per year which they think can be stretched out to 45 minutes. But no matter which of these 3 outcomes happen, I think at the end of the day we can all agree, what a glorious waste of time. I mean, like I've been saying, Warner's exclusivity runs out this year. The entire show will be going back to Paramount Plus until they inevitably go out of business and it goes back to bidding out their shows to another streaming service again, and which I can only assume Warner Brothers will stay extremely clear from. In retrospect, it all comes off so short-sighted on Viacom's part. Not only selling the streaming rights shortly before the launch of their own service, but also in just not admitting they fucked up and waiting for their rights to go back to them. They could have avoided this entire mess and it would have been over by now. Because really, it doesn't seem like they benefited all too much from this. Sure, people undoubtedly subscribe to Paramount Plus to watch the new South Park specials, but you can't maintain an entire streaming service based on one single show. You spent almost $1 billion on this because you couldn't just wait 5 years? I think it's seriously tarnished South Park's viewership. You know, the show will always be successful, I don't think there's any doubting that, but once the pitiful 6-episode season started to become the norm, you could really see a drop-off in terms of interest and discussion around the show, when it came to these singular episodes at least. I think giving viewers 2 movies a year just put all the discussion onto those, since they're obviously going to come off as more enticing, causing the short seasons to be almost forgotten in a way. Like, what's a South Park episode from the past 3 years you could consider memorable, that goes in your top 10 or even 20 of all time? I could barely even describe what happens in half of them, because the only thing that would end up sticking with me throughout the year was whatever 2 movies they pumped out. Which, to be fair, sometimes were pretty good. But whenever they failed to hit the mark, you could really tell the gap between episodes. You know, if a bad episode comes out in a season, you know, whatever, I just gotta wait a week for another and hope it's better. But when a bad special comes out, great, gotta wait another 4 months to try again. I think I'm just ready and eager for things to get back to basics. For the show to remove itself from this legal web it's found itself encased in, because, in a lot of ways, it's become more interesting to talk about than the show itself. Mostly because the show has just been missing in action for a year. No news about when it's returning other than the vague info of sometime in 2025, which many believed was a result of the creators wanting to skip out in the election, but I have to imagine the reality is the show won't be returning until sometime later this year because there'll finally be a definitive answer on what the result of this lawsuit is. At least once the Warner contract runs out, they can go back to releasing episodes without fear of being sued. Either way, I can't believe I've been talking about this lawsuit for 2 years. God kill me.
I didn't know that stuff was going on. Oh yeah, Jew and the King did Hassan Piker. Let's watch that.
Hassan Piker is controversial for many reasons. The most prominent are his political beliefs that will not be the focus of this video. The focus instead will be on him and his many inconsistencies that often go ignored. Hassan does this by deflecting criticism of him by attacking those who give the criticism. This is all exemplified by his conversation with creator Willie Mack, who brought forward this exact criticism.
You want to debate about a video you didn't even watch?
Why? Yeah. If you're not this passionate about the subject, then you're basically admitting that you're a bottom-feeding drama farmer.
To add to this, Hassan knows what he is doing in diminishing the image of Willie Mack. It is a strategy he is aware of and hates.
To voluntarily and maliciously misunderstand my point so they can make YouTube videos and get ad revenue, because those clicks drive, that controversy and those clicks drive revenue in your direction and affinity from people who are looking for someone to be like, yeah, fuck this Hassan guy.
Hassan is obtuse, hypocritical, and angry, all aspects that reflect on his most intense followers. This attitude is particularly grievous when he does not understand why there is so much backlash in the things he does. Like his interview of a Yemeni pirate.
The Hooray!
Yeah.
That's sick! Yes! Yes! That's fire! And that's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Hassan tries to defend this interview by stating that it was journalistic, yet it lacked critical questions that would qualify it as such. There is a dense history of moments like these that will attempt to paint a picture of who Hassan Piker was and now is, and why he is blamed for the recent Twitch apocalypse, and why he is the largest, most controversial streamer. But first, this video is sponsored by Aura. I really do not like spam calls. They've gotten so bad that I had my phone permanently on mute, which is annoying because my family members prefer to call rather than text. This is where Aura comes in. It has data broker opt-out features to make it harder for those with malicious intent to gain your information like your phone number. This is only one of its features. Every adult on the account up to 5 gets $1 million in identity theft insurance with a total up to $5 million in coverage. Aura also has many other features. It's an antivirus, a VPN, and a password manager. You can get all this in one app at an affordable price. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches and brokers. And if you don't want to either, you can go to aura.com/JuneTheKing to try 2 weeks for free. That will be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data is exposed. Sponsor over, back to the video. Born July 25th, 1991, in New Brunswick, New Jersey, Hassan did not have a typical American upbringing because the majority of his developmental years were spent in Turkey. This is because he has influential parents that resided in Turkey, but had the will to fly to America and give Hassan U.S. citizenship through being born on U.S. soil. Though he did develop in Turkey, Hassan describes himself as an Ameribu, slang that captures an interest with American culture in the more excessive senses. He describes himself as hedonistic, loving the material goods that can be tied to American culture and foods such as snacks that he took interest in. And to that, while Hassan's family was financially very well off, his life was not perfect. Hassan often describes himself as struggling to lose weight. Other points of conflict were with ideologies and their presentation to him when growing up in Turkey. Something he did not conflict with was the mandatory service, but his parents did.
In Turkey, there's still this concept called a pink slip, because everyone has to serve in the military. Every able-bodied male has to serve in the military, either after high school or after college. I thought it would be good. Like, I thought it would be good for, I'd be even more fit. My dad was like, I'll disown you. He said, like, I didn't spend this much money on you to fucking go and, like, die in a mountaintop somewhere, you fucking idiot.
Hassan's parents guided a lot of his development, including his college. It was here that he went from living in Turkey to now living and attending college in Miami, where Hassan's parents wanted him to take up a traditional, well-paying profession such as a lawyer or doctor. Hassan was more interested in the nightlife of Miami. According to an interview with Hyacinth Ivy, Hassan stated, quote, "I wanted to party my first year, and I did." He grins. "I got a 2.9 GPA," unquote. Due to his performance, his parents transferred him to Rutgers, where he graduated with honors with a degree in political science and communications. Even so, Hassan, through an interview with Complex, describes his difficulty in trying to get a job, pinning it on the recent U.S. financial crisis and stating he lacked the proper connections to get the jobs he wanted. But he did have one very strong connection.
I just couldn't find a job, so I was like, you know what? I want to get the fuck out of New Jersey. Like, I want to get out of here. I want to go to Los Angeles. And my uncle, at the time, had a little YouTube channel / network called the Young Turks Network.
Though Hassan describes the Young Turks YouTube channel as small, in late 2013,
I love the Young Turks.
year of his internship, the channel had over 1 million subscribers in a time that this sort of traction on the platform was hardly reachable. Moreover, according to Social Blade, during this time it was actually not just one of the most viewed channels on YouTube with nearly 1 million views a day, it was possibly the largest left-leaning YouTube channel on the platform. And so Hassan, living in LA, entered at his uncle's company and also lived in his uncle's house. Hassan describes his job as building the advertising and sales operation in the company. But what he really wanted to do was be in front of the camera. So as an additional obligation for himself, Hassan created videos. These would appear on a channel operated by the Young Turks under TYT University. As per the header of the channel, and as the name implies, this was a lifestyle channel that skewed in the direction of college life. And so the videos largely revolved around sexual topics, and not the typical discussion of politics the network was known for. Hassan's entry was his Bro Tips series. You're thinking it, he's saying it.
Leave your comments and ideas and opinions that I really truly care about in the section below. And if you don't, I'm gonna come to your house and I'm gonna have sex with your dog. And once more, Bro Tip has ended, audience. I have successfully given you just the tip.
This was from a sub 2-minute video where Hassan provides his top 3 favorite cheeses. And as per the archive of the YouTube page, it was not very well received. Looking at other archived episodes, this looks to be the standard. Like this one where Hassan gives tips on how to get women in a club.
Let's get out of here. It's time to get out of there, and it's time to separate her from her herd. meaning her crowd of girlfriends that are going to do their best to cockblock you because they're fat and lonely. Leave your comments and ideas and opinions that I really truly care about in the section below, and if you don't, I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to have sex with your dog.
Following this poor reception, Hassan would open a video reading a zesty comment.
Sir Meowington says his head looks way too small for his body. If you're saying that about my head, you should see the size of my penis.
Some of the dislike of Hassan was possibly because he was edgy with some of the jokes he would make in these videos.
A few things to consider when you're thinking about Lady Gaga as a top contender for Babe of the Week should be the fact that she might have a penis. The fact that Lady Gaga might have a small penis does absolutely terrify me. Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark? I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it. Look, this is a classic example of what happens when your father doesn't pay attention to you. You turn out to be a slut who's craving for attention, and then I tend to pick you up at a bar late night and bang you out on the first date.
With TYT University rebranding at least twice over the years and the entirety of the Bro Tip series wiped from the channel, it is difficult to say how the series developed. But what is known is Hassan does not look back on this series fondly.
I had a older run where I was like way more. First of all, I was way more broy than I am now. I'm still pretty broy now, but it was way more broy back then. It was just trying to be funny.
Exactly.
It was hacky. It was hacky. It was bad.
Even with a not-so-great start, he continued his work at the Young Turks. He could even be seen as a guest on other similar and popular channels like BuzzFeed. It was not until 2016 that he got a big break in the form of a breakdown, a series hosted on Facebook and on the main The Young Turks channel. In respect to the theme of this channel, Hassan discussed an
I'm going to get something to eat now. Hungry. Don't know what I will have. I will have a bowl of cereal is what I will have. I will be right back. Yeah, that's not good. Dirty. Okay, so there we go.
Playing
Make it
political
big.
topics. This series appears to be far better received, as Hassan had greatly improved in his delivery.
I had a
and did away with the
suspicion
more
his past
scandalous
was like
tropes.
this, but I didn't
He was
know.
also a fill-in host. This is when the planned host for a video is unavailable, and so Hassan is called on as a temporary replacement. And all this was working in his favor. Starting in 2016, every 4 years, interest in content Hassan was producing would reach a new peak. This is due to the US elections driving more interest in politics. And while political pundits are not relatively new, the booming social media space allowed them to gain more influence by their
I want to see if Hassan has watched this, because I'd rather watch him watch it. The Brutal Lies of Hassan Anabi. Oh my god. What happened here? What was that sound?
Replacement. And all this was working in his favor. Starting in 2016, every 4 years, interest in content Hassan was producing would reach a new peak. This is due to the US elections driving more interest in politics. And while political pundits are not relatively new, the booming social media space allowed them to gain more influence by their own means. Of note, at least in reference to the story of Hassan, was Tommy Lauren, a political pundit who leans right and was quite popular at the time. Enough so that it inspired Hassan to make videos countering hers.
This isn't about arriving at the truth or justice. For you, it's certainly not about the facts. It's just about tapping into the primal fears of your fan base so they'll go out and vote Republican.
You're not outraged, you're not paying attention. Maybe you're one of the liberal types who spend the next 2 weeks defending this illegal immigrant murderer.
As Hassan describes it, these series of videos were highly popular and possibly helped in keeping his series going well into 2017 and 2018. But Hassan still wanted to do more. Not for the Young Turks this time, but for him. He tried his hand at vlogging and other forms of content creation, but more and more was favoring streaming on Twitch. Here, he would play video games while retaining and expressing his political views. He had this personal venture all while still employed at the Young Turks. This position is likely why he was able to debate Charlie Kirk live at Politicon, an event that is remembered for many reasons. One of is that this developed a new friendship with creator Hassan admired.
Some of you guys already watched it. Oh, Destiny watched your debate. He didn't like it. Said Testament. Okay, well, I didn't know that. That makes me sad. I don't know if you watched the entire debate or if you watched like some parts of it or not, but I do want to talk to him about it.
Destiny was a StarCraft 2 pro player and streamer who, like Hassan, leans left, but more recently is known for engaging in debates regarding politics and other ideologies.
Basically, just real quick, somebody emailed me this a long time ago, and I'm not even sure on the efficacy of this research. It might not have been true or not. But basically, the idea was that in part of clinical treatments for helping people that are pedophiles, so you bring them in to treat them, and part of that, to help them manage their urges, you contact people that have had pornography made of them as a child, you offer them some sort of reimbursement if they consent to sharing that pornography in a clinical setting with a pedophile, and that would keep them from actually abusing, like, real-life children. Well, that was what the clip was about.
After Hassan viewed a clip of Destiny's reaction to some of the debate, Hassan and Destiny jumped on a Discord call.
Alright, he said, alright, Destiny said, yeah, call if you want. Alright, let's bring in a professional here, okay? Let's bring in a professional here. Sorry, shouldn't have exposed them like this. Hey, what's going on, dude?
Hey, I heard you were finally ready to join the Minecraft server, dude.
I'm finally ready to join the Minecraft server? What you mean?
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you.
Within this multi-hour-long call, the two discussed debate tactics in reference to how they could have improved Hassan's performance before coming to a close.
In any case, alright, I gotta go. I have to pee so bad. I'm just gonna raid Destiny, because you guys all have expressed how much you fucking love Destiny, and a lot of you probably came here from Destiny stream anyway, so that's what I'm gonna go do right now. No, seriously, like, everyone originally was like, oh, Destiny's a suck damn, he sucks, blah, and like now, after this, like, 3-hour conversation, everyone's in love with you. They're like, oh my god, he sounds so great, he sounds so awesome.
Thanks, I try my hardest.
Alright, I'm rating you right now. And by the way, thank you so much for the conversation. I thought you were dodging me for a while. And the reason
I suck at responding on Instagram. You sent me like this message like, hey, here's what we're gonna debate. And you sent me like 72 topics. Like,
the reason, yeah.
It would be a little over a week later that Destiny traveled to LA. It was here that Destiny and Hassan streamed together on Halloween.
Dude, your fans are crazy. They're awesome. They love you. And yeah.
Yeah, they can be a little eccentric sometimes.
No, I have no problem with them. I think they're dope.
Okay,
I'm jealous of how you've cultivated such a rabid fan base.
There were many perspectives on how the pair were interacting. Virtually all of them were positive. Destiny viewed Hassan as a sort of professional political figure that was entering the Twitch scene, Hassan viewed Destiny as a veteran live streamer and admired the enthusiasm of his fanbase that he had developed over the course of 9 years. And Destiny's fanbase loved Hassan. He was very easygoing and even tried to get Destiny in on some fun.
Say, do you want to go out later, or are you into like going out and shit? You know Halloween costume.
Listen, I am a professional streamer because I play video games inside my house all day, okay? Yeah. I'm not much for the going out type.
The night ended after Destiny dropped off Hassan at his residence, but this would hardly be the last time the two streamed together.
Destiny's actually here to help me with my PC setup and make fun of me probably for having a pre-built PC that I use. I have a pre-built PC, by the way.
What are these noises?
Oh,
What's wrong with a pre-built?
Fucking my sub badges.
I have a pre-built because I don't fucking have the time. I don't have the fucking time. I don't have the time to worry about fucking making some computer. I'm not gonna waste my time on that. Nope. I haven't done it in years. I have the knowledge. I just don't need to do that. It's kind of like when I want a pizza. Do I go and buy cheese and dough and tomato sauce and pepperoni and black olives and stuff, and then throw it in the oven and roll the dough, and then, you know, put the paste on it, and then put the fucking cheese on it and the pepperoni and the black olives and stuff, and then put it all in the freeze in the oven? No, I go to the grocery store and I get a freezer. So I get a freezer pizza, or I order, you know, fucking like Pizza Hut, or I don't know, fucking, that's it. That's like pretty much it, right? I don't make that pizza myself, the same way I don't do the fucking computer myself, the same way I don't do most things myself. If I can pay somebody else to do it, that's better. I stand by that. It's just better generally to just better. It's just better. I stand by that. I like this game. The combat's good. Combat's good, like New World good almost, or Rust. Rosetta, future tech, metal scraps. What?
Hands off my stuff. You're pretty. Hold on. How I'm Mary. I came here to Don't tell me you're pretty. I'm going to give you while you're doing that. Once you're done, after all.
So another Mayfly survived, and I can't remember her. My memory's been patchy ever since Mitsuko revived me. Just to be safe, we better not share the existence of Mitsuko with that woman. That blueprint is rock solid, though. We can use it to make a real gun. Let's check your memetics and start by building a gear workbench.
Mystical crate. I really like this game. I'm going to spend a lot of time on it. It's got the base building the New World doesn't have. And if it's got combat and base building, I mean, I'm happy. Maybe I'll do this and Rust, Rust medieval Rust. And even FFX Sign, I will be happy. I mean, I can always play New World. It's not going anywhere. It's like my little RuneScape that never goes away.